Research Council of Norway here at Lysaker. I'll start with a few housekeeping items from Per. I might grab you a microphone.
Yes, welcome.
I don't think you're, there you go.
Welcome to the Research Council on such a nice day. Very good to see so many people here. It's going to be a very interesting seminar. My name is Per Arne Karlsen from the Research Council and ExCo representative from IEA Bioenergy in Norway. I will just say some practical information. It's wardrobe and toilet just outside, and the lunch will also be served just outside the room here. And in case there will be a fire alarm, it's quite easy to find a way out. Then the doors will open behind you and you will all meet outside. Hopefully it will not happen. And for you that's online, you can just stay where you are, so no problem. Well, again, welcome.
Thank you, Per. I'll add to the housekeeping items. We do have colleagues joining us online. Upwards of 300 have registered to join us there, and you'll hear the bings as they log in. So we are recording this session as a Teams meeting, and the video will be available through the IEA Bioenergy website. So if you have any concerns with it being recorded, please let myself or Eric know. In addition, IEA Bioenergy will be collecting some video content in the afternoon. So you'll see people with cameras around, probably in the break sessions more than in the room here. If you do have any concerns of being included in that video content, again, please let myself, Eric, or Andrea, who's probably taking a quiet seat at the back there, just let one of us know and we'll manage that accordingly. So as I said, zero-emission shipping workshop. We're pretty fortunate to have a really strong group of presenters across the day with really high credentialed academics, government officials, and people from industry with huge amount of experience. So we should have some really great presentations and discussion. I will keep my introduction of those presenters brief. I think we can all accept that they're more than qualified to be up here and to share their experience with us, and just keep that brief to maximize the time they have. To start the program, I just want to give, I expect a few in the room are new to IEA Bioenergy, so I'll give the briefest of overviews. I'm Mark Brown. I'm the current chair of IEA Bioenergy, which is a 24-country plus the European Commission international collaboration in the interest of developing knowledge and sharing good knowledge on the development and implementation of bioenergy in all of its forms, sources, and applications. You can see on the slide there, we have a pretty good international reach with a strong presence in Europe, as well as US, Canada, Brazil, India, China, Japan, North Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. South Korea? Is that not what I said? Apologies. And then in our most recent meeting, in the last 2 days, Spain has joined the group as well. The program is delivered through 11 technical tasks. A number of those are on very specific bioenergy technologies, and 3 or 4 of them are on cross-cutting issues such as sustainable supply, the question of sustainability more broadly, integration with energy networks, and so forth. So if you go to our website, you can get all the details on those programs, and all of our publications are available on the website in terms of access to our information, and equally contact information for task leaders as well as the relevant executive members. Today's topic, and again, we'll have far more qualified experts that will give us greater details over the day, but we're looking at international shipping and the options to take that through to net zero in the foreseeable future. We're looking at about 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions and a regulatory landscape towards mitigating climate change and emerging at national. So this is an issue across a number of countries, which I had the opportunity to see in a recent set of meetings I attended in South Korea earlier this year. And across the planet, we're looking at how do we sustain that very important logistics and shipping option into a net zero and a positive contributor to that transition. I think most in the room will be aware of some of the decisions that have been held up through different political and processes, but it still is a high level of importance to continue to progress the knowledge and the opportunities to manage that transition. Again, we are running in hybrid, and we'll note people logging in online as we go. So I just wanted to lay out some basic ground rules. For our colleagues participating online, if you do have a question, Eric will be following the chat. We just ask that you type in the chat, and please make sure that your microphone is muted through this process, because it can create quite a bit of havoc in the audio, particularly in the room when that doesn't go well. So please type your questions in. Eric will make sure that those are addressed appropriately. Those in the room, again, raise your hand, wait for the microphone so our colleagues online can hear your question, and we'll do our best to address as many questions as we go through the day. So with that, I'd like to jump into our scene setting session. I've given a bit of background already on IEA Bioenergy, and now I'd like to pass to a colleague who will be presenting online, Tristan Smith, who is a professor of energy and transport at UCL Energy Institute, and is leading a range of research focused on decarbonization of international shipping. So I'll pass the microphone to you, Tristan.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. And I should now have screen shared as well. Does that work? Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I'm so sorry I'm not there in person, and I hope that this works and we can have some discussion, but my email address and our website link is here in case there are those who want to follow up afterwards as well. So I'm going to start by going backwards a bit before I go and touch on what was just referred to as... Oh, I've got an echo. Is that... Can I just check? Oh, perfect. Yeah. So let's go back to 2023. The IMO adopted something called the IMO's Revised Strategy on Greenhouse Gas Reduction at a meeting in July that year. And that catapulted the sector and the organisation into a much more ambitious position. The previous assessment of the IMO's track record and future on greenhouse gas emission reduction was shown here by Climate Action Tracker's analysis before 2023. This is in June that year. And they, based on the outcome of the fourth IMO greenhouse gas study that estimated generally rising emissions from international shipping under a business as usual scenario or a stated policy scenario, estimated the sector's contribution to be highly insufficient, i.e. equivalent to that of a 4 degrees world. But on July 23, they adopted a new set of targets for absolute emission reduction on a well-to-weight basis of at least 20% reduction in 2030, striving for a 30% absolute emission reduction in 2030, and at least 70% reduction in 2040, striving for an 80% absolute emission reduction in 2040. Those are all relative to 2008 baseline emissions, and net zero at or around 2050. And that doesn't get us to 1.5, but it gets us very close to 1.5 on what we estimated at the time to be around a 1.7 degree pathway. So this sector had made a clear commitment and made a clear statement, and that guided a lot of the discussions over the last couple of years. I just want to put it in one more characterization, because that's the absolute emissions pathway, but international shipping is a sector which has seen about 3%, 4% growth per annum because of GDP and trade growth and expansion. And so when we put this in terms of greenhouse gas intensity, that is the kind of grams of CO2 emitted per unit of transport supply or transport work, the reductions are much greater. That 20 striving for 30 actually converts into a reduction in the greenhouse gas intensity of around 55 to 60% in 2030 and around 86 to 91% in 2040, and obviously full reduction. And that's pretty close also to where the Science Based Targets Initiative 1.5 pathway was, as you can see in these bar charts. So the implications for the average ship are extraordinary and a very ambitious statement. They obviously need to go to around 90% carbon intensity reduction within the next 15 years, the 2040 deadline. That's well within the lifetime of the average ship. And that's obviously a level of greenhouse gas intensity reduction that isn't achievable purely by energy efficiency improvements. It requires a full-scale energy transition globally for the sector. However, jumping to where we were about 3 weeks ago, here is a scene taken during the Marine Environment Protection Committee meeting where there was an attempt to adopt a very substantial set of policies which were designed in order to achieve those stated absolute and intensity reductions. And these were unfortunately blocked. US and Saudi efforts, which we can take questions on if helpful. I was in the room and working throughout this process for the last 2 years. But those efforts managed to flip enough countries in order to cause a deferment of that decision to October, November 2026. So that meeting is suspended and will reopen in 12 months' time or thereabouts. As a consequence of what was roundly described in the press, I think accurately from what I could tell across these articles, as a consequence of some of the tactics used by the United States, targeting very specific countries that they knew would have a big impact on the process, and targeting them with some very aggressive threats, which essentially forced them to switch positions that had previously been stated by their heads of state. During the meeting, they ended up reversing their position under the pressure from the United States. So the consequence is that we now have uncertainty, but there is still on the table, because this is a deferment, an option to adopt this policy as is in 10 months' time, sorry, 12 months' time. Sorry, I think someone's not on mute. Yeah, thank you. There's still an option to adopt this as is. There's also a scenario where instead of being adopted, it's postponed again until there's a better political circumstance, or there's a scenario where it gets opened up and adjusted in order to find a compromise that can be adopted. I don't have a presentation that goes into the political likelihood of all of those things, but I'm very happy to take questions on them. It's the subject of our ongoing research at this point in time. But I do have a presentation that I want to use to explore, if it is adopted or in its current form or close to, what does that mean for the energy transition? And this is work that we've been doing now for about 8 years in our research group, of looking at the fuel production options, represented on this slide as a set of inputs coming from feedstock assumptions, prices for biomass or renewable energy or natural gas or other fossil fuel, various assumptions about the different production pathways and the costs and efficiencies of each of those individual processes, which then gives us a set of candidate fuels, which can be broadly those that are capable of achieving some of those very aggressive absolute emission reductions, obviously inclusive of biofuels and hydrogen and ammonia derived fuels that include hydrogen and ammonia themselves, but as also synthetic alcohol and hydrocarbon fuels made in combination with carbon dioxide. And that family of fuels have an option of how they're used on vessels. The design and therefore the cost and efficiency and operational ongoing expenditure needed varies depending on the molecule used and obviously how it's stored and used on board the ship. And so we've been collecting data on the various options for machinery, tanks, fuel supply systems that would be on the vessel. And from that, we can build a composite picture of the costs all the way through supply chains, but also on use on board. And we've compared those costs within various techno-economic models. Some of our more recent work has used a simpler representation, which is called a total cost of operation, TCO, which puts all of those cost components together to estimate for a given year what the total fuel cost plus capex and opex on board the vessel would look like. And within that total cost of operation calculation, we can represent any policy mix, EU policy, IMO policy, national policy, whatever it happens to be. And so the slides that I've now got are showing our calculations using those cost assumptions with the net zero framework as it was agreed in principle in April this year. And I'm just going to walk you through how we built the picture up to explain the method a bit and then show some of the results. So this graph here shows the option for a conventionally fueled ship on the left and an ammonia dual fuel vessel on the right. Each year the vessel has options depending on its technology specification to use a variety of different fuels. So a conventionally fueled ship could use an oil-derived fuel like they do at the moment, the low sulfur fuel oil, or it could use a drop-in biofuel. An ammonia dual fuel ship can use both of those, so it can also use oil, it can also use a liquid biofuel, or it can use blue ammonia or green ammonia, and so those optionalities of fuel give it a cost optimization problem depending on the specifications of the policy. The plot on the left assumes that the vessel doesn't have availability of any liquid biofuel. We do consider conventionally fueled ships with access to liquid biofuel as well, but just shows you what the expectation is of the total cost for a vessel that operates on conventional fuel if the vessel chooses just to pay the penalty fees in the net zero framework. Obviously they would start with a cost in 2028 dominated by the oil derived fuel price, the LSFO price, which is around $500 today. In this modelling we had it a bit higher, but that price gets supplemented by the purple bar, which is the RU payments or the penalty fees that are charged by the ship's increasing scale of non-compliance with a reducing greenhouse gas intensity pathway. And that penalty payment becomes a very large part of the overall cost, obviously tripling or quadrupling the total cost of operation over that period of time. The ammonia dual fuel vessel has access to the flip side, the policy's designed. Sorry, someone's not on mute. Thanks. The ammonia dual fuel vessel has the benefit of both something called a surplus unit, which is a returning of an extra incentive paid for by vessels that are underperforming, such as the conventionally fueled penalty paying ship on the left, in combination with something with a reward. And the aggregate of those figures can be seen at the top of the bars. The vessel in this instance actually uses e-fuel initially because of the effects of reward, moves to blue fuel, blue ammonia for the mid-30s to the early 40s, and then moves back to e-fuel later in the 40s as the stringency of the greenhouse gas intensity target makes the blue fuel non-compliant, forces the vessel onto using e-fuel. So we're not trying to do anything other than test our cost assumptions against the net zero framework's penalty fees in these calculations. But they give you obviously quite different total cost of operation trajectories depending on how all of those components are specified. If we just have a quick look at LNG, so under these assumptions we allow the vessel to use biogas. We have an assumption for the cost and the price of biogas, but under the modelling that we've done here, the vessel's assumed to actually make RU payments, or not assumed but calculated to make the RU payments. It pays a penalty fee in combination with burning fossil LNG out to the 2040s, and then as we get lower stringencies and therefore more economic incentive to do so, they switch to using e-methane in the 40s under that particular vessel specification. Methanol shown here as well considerably uses fossil oil to begin with, and a small amount of biomethanol, the blue hashed line as biomethanol. A bit of bio-MGO, interestingly, so these dual fuel methanol ships can either use biomethanol or biodiesel, depending on whatever's the least cost compliance pathway, and then move to e-methanol in the 40s, like other vessels as well. So there's kind of a range of fuel options, there are a range of technology options, and we're interested in trying to put all of that information together. This is a plot of the total cost of operation for each of those technology pathways. And in this graph here, I've just assumed that the IMO's reward is not applied. So we are still debating at the IMO under the guidelines development exactly what the reward should look like. And one conservative assumption from a fuel transition perspective is to assume there won't be a reward, i.e. it's not effective or it's not applied to incentivise an energy transition. And the consequence there is shown with the family of curves. So that red curve represents the ammonia dual fuel vessel. Black and grey are LNG. Grey is conventional LNG, whereas black has onboard carbon capture and storage, which is a technology option ship owners are considering. The orange curves are the conventional fuels. Turquoise is methanol, and purple is a conventional vessel choosing to pay the penalty. So you can see the relative total cost of operation on the y-axis over time on the x-axis. The red curve is not the most competitive pathway initially. That's LNG. As you can remember perhaps from the previous slide, that's an LNG vessel paying a penalty fee rather than using biogas. And then at some point in the late 30s, there's a crossover with the ammonia becoming the least cost pathway given the increased stringency and penalty fees for non-compliance in the net zero framework. Conventionally fueled vessels get expensive quickly, as we saw already, and the option to use CCS looks attractive relative to paying a penalty fee or using conventional fuel and a drop-in biofuel. So there is some differential in the option that you might take if you're a conventionally fueled vessel. Methanol never looks attractive, and under this next curve or next family of curves here, we've got the same technology pathways, but here we apply a reward according to a particular design where that reward is focused on e-fuels, and that would shift the viability of ammonia to being much higher earlier. So you can see the red curve is the least cost pathway, or out of the late 20s through the 30s, and obviously more exaggerated as it gets to the late 30s and the early 40s. And I'm sharing this because obviously it's relevant to the biofuels, and so we'll come back to biofuels a bit more in a second. But before I do, one of the challenges that we then have is whether or not production could scale up to meet those kind of theoretical cost optimizations. And so we produce an annual report looking at the growth in supply and the readiness for use, which is demand, of e-fuels, focused on e-ammonia and e-methanol. And these bar charts show our estimates of low, medium and high likelihood supply and demand for those two e-fuels over time. So you've got the current picture, which is obviously virtually no supply and no fleet readiness. The 2030 picture, which takes into account both announcements and FIDs and projected FIDs, to build a picture of the potential supply, apportioning a share of it to shipping, because obviously it's not all available to shipping. And the supply is hitting what the IMO adopted as its objectives, a target for a significant amount of use by 2030. The demand, which is the fleet readiness, isn't hitting even the 5% target, and that's because at the moment the new build ordering of ships is focused on LNG dual fuel. It doesn't include methanol and ammonia dual fuel ships in the numbers that you would need in order to get a fleet compatible with using those two fuels in their e-fuel form. But by 2035, there's some catching up that can be done on the demand side, and obviously some further expansion on the supply side. So we wouldn't expect exactly the pathway of the least cost graph previously. We don't have the readiness in the fleet, certainly. But you wouldn't necessarily be very far behind an energy transition that's already well underway by the early to mid 30s, should the net zero framework have been adopted a few weeks ago, which obviously it wasn't. So we have to come back and talk about that in a second. But one final comment I wanted to make was just to do with the use of biogas, because this is something which has been talked about and described significantly, and I know DNV, who are talking in this session, have also put a lot on it in their Maritime energy outlook. This is a characterization of the global network for gas infrastructure and oil infrastructure. The gas is the turquoise, the oil infrastructure, the pipelines are the purple lines. And the point that I'm trying to make here is that there's a lot of encouragement. The EU's regulation in shipping already has an incentive for biogas use in shipping, but only on a credit basis. So the production and distribution of the biogas can be separated from what you actually bunker and physically place on the vessel. a vessel can load LNG, fossil LNG, and it can claim its bio-LNG by buying credits or certificates from those who are producing biogas in a farm on land and connected to the grid. And that is a structure that works in countries that have significant gas grid and therefore the ability to connect physically the supply chain and the production to the use, even if the physically traded commodity isn't necessarily the one with the credentials stated. That isn't a situation in much of the rest of the world, as this graph shows. It is in some parts, but not consistently. And that explains one of the debates that we had in the meeting after the extraordinary session, ISWG GHG 20, where we talked about the subject of chains of custody, which is whether or not the IMO would agree that that sort of mass balance concept of a virtual supply chain rather than a physical bunkering of a commodity would be acceptable to the way that the IMO does its greenhouse gas emissions accountancy. And the majority of countries, as you can see here, so this is 10 member states on the first column, were favourable to a study at least. Some were favourable to putting flexibility into the chain of custody, that means considering these options. Some wanted to oppose both book and claim and mass balance. And so there was a variety of positions stated. But I think that there's a presumption in some circles that this will go through. And I think that's not necessarily a good assumption to make. It might be more likely, given the infrastructure in different countries and therefore the opportunity that countries would have to participate in commercial and economic development, will limit the support that this gets, bearing in mind the IMO member states are 176, with quite a large number in low-income countries. So to conclude, sorry for a very rapid run through this material, but IMO's revised strategy, regardless of what happened in the extraordinary session, commits it to a rapid transition away from fossil fuel in the next 15 to 20 years. So the extraordinary political circumstances haven't changed that commitment. They have just changed the ability to adopt at this point in time. It's widely recognised, I would say, within the member states debating the subject at the IMO, that the scalability of e-fuels is higher than the scalability of bioenergy, and that there will be significant competition for bioenergy. The shipping sector doesn't tend to think of itself as the first sector that everyone prioritises, but kind of the last sector, and therefore a price taker compared to other sectors that have demands on the same commodities they want. So for a scarce or sustainably limited commodity like bioenergy, they don't fancy their chances in the long run. But they do see, obviously, the role of bioenergy in the transition. The net zero framework, as is, can, if it's adopted, level a playing field between e-fuel and biofuel. So that would suggest that you would be competing at the outset from some of those scenarios with some of the candidate e-fuels. Obviously, they would need to scale up significantly before that competition would be material, but they could, on paper, compete. And when we've looked at the numbers, we see biofuels that have prices below around $1,500 a tonne. Their ability to sustain that price would make them competitive, but those above that price are not automatically going to be invested in significantly for a marine use. And that's the price bunkered, by the way, not the price at the point of production. And that's why some of the key determinants of that competitiveness will still be defined in the forthcoming process. The IMO sustainability criteria will be key for biofuels. LCA is still under debate and development, default factors, but also the certification for bespoke production pathways. And they remain large unknowns and will have a large impact on exactly which of these answers evolve and change over the next few years. And finally, this question about biomethane and its potential, it's reliant on the IMO's adoption of an EU-style mass balance, based on our analysis of the costs of actually physically delivering that commodity, given the distribution of the supply chain. That looks unlikely to us, given the political composition of the IMO. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for delivering so fast and hope that was useful.
Thanks, Tristan. We have time for a couple of questions. We do have one online, so I'll ask Eric to present that question now. Oh, you have to turn it on.
Thank you, Tristan. I'm Eric van Heuvel. Thanks for sharing. I have a question from the online audience. Sam D asks, thanks for the comprehensive assessment. Have you assessed negative carbon intensity for bioLNG? And are excess emissions from negative carbon intensity fuels allowed to be used in the IMO NZF?
Yeah, thanks. No, we haven't assessed negative. The default values that we started off with in the literature, including work that was done by DNV, were not negative. So we've used relatively standard positive ones. There were several papers that asked this question in the ISW20 negotiations. They've all been forwarded to the GSAMP committee. So just to clarify the IMO's process, it has political debates, which are obviously interesting. But for the LCA work, what it's done is appointed a set of scientists under one of the UN structures called GSAMP, which I can't remember the acronym for, but it's a group of independent scientists, to try and come up with what their estimate of the most rigorous and robust default values would be, and also review the method for calculating carbon intensity. So if that method does come up with negative values, then we will end up with negative values, but it's not something that is currently on the numbers that people are using for this sector.
Thanks, Tristan. We have one question in the room. If you just want to introduce your name and who you're with when you ask your question.
Good morning, Tristan. Paul Bennett from the Bioscience Institute in New Zealand, Bioeconomy Science Institute in New Zealand. I'd just like to ask you a question around availability of bioenergy. You said, there's lots of other uses for biomass, and therefore you think bioenergy might be limited. But in the same, with the same analysis, I would argue that there is limited availability of green electrons and lots of other alternative uses of green electrons. But you seem to think that we're going to be able to produce enough e-fuels to fill the demand. So I'd like your view on that.
Yeah, so the constraints on e-fuel production are capital and hardware, and obviously there's a long run and a short run of all this. So in the short run, I would agree, and that's what our analysis, I hope, was showing, that there is a cap on the amount of e-fuel availability, and that's just because it takes 3 to 5 years to get production online, and that pathway needs FIDs to have been made in order for that to unleash. So we can say with reasonable certainty that there's a limit on the supply of e-fuel in 2030. But for there to be a limit on the supply of 2040, that would imply that there is a limit on the capital that could be allocated to this if there's a strong enough business case. And it would imply that there was a limit in the physical production of these components, which is also essentially a capital problem because it's about capital invested in the supply chain. And we don't see those limits in the long term, so in the kind of period around 2040 to 2050. We have looked in analysis we've done for the UK government on the potential for the scale up of, for example, ammonia production, green ammonia production, and that's grown. So ammonia production, the kind of components that you have in the Haber-Bosch process, that's grown at 10% per annum historically because we've expanded ammonia very fast generally. So there's not a scalability constraint that would limit that growth hitting some of the numbers that we're estimating when you take a sort of projection of growth over that period. The problem that we have is that the shipping sector uses about 250 million tonnes of oil today, and so there's no question about the potential to use bioenergy. There is a question about there to be a supply of sustainable bioenergy to meet the 250 million tonnes from shipping, as long as all the other end uses for that biomass or waste or whatever it is that you're feeding in as feedstock, and so that's why we compare those two. Where we think that plays out is in pricing. So the modelling that we've done is cost base for scalable, unconstrained in the long run options, but constrained feedstocks like biomass get a price effect that is making them uncompetitive. So it's not that there isn't the potential for all the bioenergy to be used in shipping if governments decided to use that, but there is a consequence of the policies that they're using to incentivise their use in other sectors. The penalty fees they apply there, the aviation, SAF demand, etc., flows through into higher pricing given the substitution costs in those other sectors, and that's characterised by the price trajectory in the bioenergy pathways.
Thanks, Tristan. We might move on in the program now and join me in thanking Tristan again for an excellent presentation. I'd now like to invite Ovind to the microphone, who is a senior consultant in DNV's environmental advisory section here in Norway. He specializes in alternative fuels, energy efficiency technologies, and decarbonization strategies for the maritime sector. The microphone is yours.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to come here and speak. Do I have a clicker? Ah, yeah. Today, I will talk about the drivers for decarbonization in shipping, and also by extension, the drivers for uptake of biofuels. I will also talk about why biofuels can be an appealing choice for ship owners today. And finally, I will talk about the current marine biofuel market and use in shipping. First, you could argue that there are essentially three main categories of decarbonization drivers in shipping. On one hand, you have regulations and policies. I will talk a little bit more about that later on. On the other hand, you have access to investors and capital through initiatives such as the Poseidon Principles. And you also have expectations of cargo owners and consumers. If you look at the main driver for biofuel uptake today, then we argue that expectation of cargo owners and consumers is the most important. And the reason is that a lot of the biofuel use in shipping today is driven by shipping companies, chiefly within the container and car carrier segments, offering green transportation services to our cargo owners who can claim reduced Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions in return for paying a higher chartering fee. And many owners then use biofuels as a means of reducing their emissions as part of these green transportation services. But in order to really scale up a sustained demand for biofuels and other low GHG fuels, regulations and policies are needed. Today, the regulatory landscape for greenhouse gas emissions in shipping is quite complex, with different regulations covering different scopes. For example, you have the EDI and EEXI regulation that looks at the design efficiency of the vessel. You also have several regulations related to reporting of fuel consumption and CO2 emissions on board a vessel, as well as the management systems on board the vessel to promote energy efficiency. You also have regulations that look directly at the tank-to-wake greenhouse gas emissions on board the vessels. Among them, you have the CII regulation entered into force in 2023. This is an IMO regulation applying to most cargo ships above 5,000 gross tonnage in the world fleet. This regulation looks at the actual carbon intensity of a vessel measured in grams of CO2 per transport work, and biofuels can be used in order to reduce the CII of the vessel. The EU also phased shipping into the EU ETS starting from 2024. And in this regulation, biofuels, among other low GHG fuels, can reduce the number of emission allowances that a ship owner has to surrender to the authorities by the end of each year. More recently, we have seen regulations relating to the well-to-wake or life cycle greenhouse gas intensity of the fuel and energy sources used by the vessel. For example, this year is the first reporting period for the Fuel EU Maritime regulation, which you could say is an operational requirement on the well-to-wake greenhouse gas intensity of a vessel. And unless a specific target is met, it comes with a financial penalty, unless a vessel uses alternative compliance options. The IMO NZF, as described by the previous speaker, is analogous in a sense to the Fuel EU Maritime regulation. It has not been adopted yet, but the proposed regulation is also an operational requirement on the well-to-wake greenhouse gas intensity of the energy and the fuel used by ships, with a potential financial penalty. I think the previous speaker described well the status of this regulation, and I can just repeat here that the earliest, effectively, due to the decision to adopt the IMO Net Zero framework, was effectively postponed by 1 year. The earliest year it can take effect would be in 2029, but there is no guarantee that this will happen, at least in terms of how the regulation looks today. It could also be modified, or it could take longer to adopt. If we look a bit closer at the proposed IMO Net Zero framework under its current form, it takes a two-tier approach, with a base target given in blue on the slide, and a direct compliance target, which is set relative to a reference line, which is the average well-to-wake greenhouse gas intensity of the fleet based on 2008. One way to be compliant with the regulation is to meet the direct compliance target directly, as the name implies, by using low GHG fuels or energy sources, among which biofuels. Alternatively, you can also meet the base target, but then you would generate so-called tier 1 compliance deficits proportional to the gap between the base target and the direct compliance target. And to compensate for these tier 1 compliance deficits, you would have to acquire remedial units from a fund set up by the IMO. And not any remedial units, tier 1 remedial units. You can also have a greenhouse gas intensity which is higher than the base target, but then you not only need to acquire tier 1 remedial units from this IMO fund, you would also have to acquire tier 2 remedial units, which would then be proportional to the gap between the attained greenhouse gas intensity and the base target. You can also over-comply with the direct compliance target, thereby generating something called surplus units. And these surplus units could then be used to cancel out, effectively, tier 2 compliance deficits. Moving on. Biofuels is an appealing choice for many owners today, due to the fact that, as you will all already know, due to the fact that it can reduce the greenhouse gas intensity relative to fossil fuels, due to, in large part, the carbon cycle illustrated on the left. It is also appealing because many biofuel types have drop-in capability on board existing vessels today. Vessels with conventional engines can run on or can use biodiesel and HVO. LNG-capable vessels can use bio-LNG, and methanol-capable vessels can use biomethanol. And this drop-in capability creates a flexibility and allows vessels to meet requirements imposed by greenhouse gas regulations from shipping. Unlike other low GHG fuel alternatives, today there's also a significant production of biofuels. Last year, the total production of liquids and gaseous biofuels amounted to about 160 million tons of oil equivalents, or MTOE. Production is dominated by ethanol, biodiesel, HVO, and there's also a significant production of gaseous biofuels, such as biomethane and other biogases. The share of this biofuel production, though, that is eligible for use in shipping will to a large extent depend on the applicable sustainability and greenhouse gas saving criteria that are implemented into greenhouse gas regulations. As you can see, a wide variety of different feedstocks are used to produce different biofuels today. And to take an example, under the Fuel EU Maritime regulation, which I briefly described previously, you do not get any credit for using conventional biofuels made from food and feed biomass sources. Therefore, you would have to use advanced biofuels under this regulation to get any credit. And this, as you can see from the figure on the right-hand side, would kind of limit the amount of eligible biofuels. Now, today, liquid biofuels is by far being used the most within road transportation. Only about 0.6% of total liquid biofuel supply last year went to the shipping sector. This translates into about 0.7 MTOE, which makes up about 0.2 to 0.3% of the annual marine energy mix. And that being said, as you can see in the bar chart on the right, the bunker sales of bio-blended fuels in the two largest bunkering hubs worldwide, Singapore and Rotterdam, there the sales of bio-blended fuels has quadrupled since 2021. And looking at year-to-date figures from this year, it looks like 2025 will be a new record year in terms of the volumes of biofuel being sold. It's important to note here that biofuel primarily is being sold in fuel blends consisting of residual fuel oil or distillate fuel oil and a certain share of biofuel, chiefly FAME biodiesel. Recently, we've also seen increased bunkering of bio-blended LNG and bio-blended methanol in Singapore, Rotterdam, but this still makes up a very small share of total bunker sales. Singapore and Rotterdam are not the only places where bunkering operations involving biofuels have taken place. Here we have mapped the different locations where we see biofuel bunkering operations have been reported since 2015, which is more than 60 ports. As mentioned, FAME biodiesel and to some extent HVO are the two biofuel types that are the most common in shipping today. So far, we have talked to quite a few ship owners who have tested either FAME or HVO as standalone products or in fuel blends. And generally speaking, their experiences indicate that usage of such fuels generally proceeds without significant challenges, provided that appropriate preparations and measures are taken. For example, although these fuels have drop-in capability on board conventional engines, they have certain properties that distinguish them from conventional marine fuels. FAME, for example, although it has good combustion and lubricity properties, it can pose challenges compared to standard fuel oils when it comes to stability, corrosivity, as well as cold flow properties. That brings me to the end of the presentation. A quick summary. Greenhouse gas regulations is likely to boost biofuel demand in shipping in the future, but today the most important driver for uptake is cargo owners aiming to cut Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. Global biofuel production reached around 160 million tons of oil equivalents last year. Greenhouse gas saving and sustainability criteria will, to a large degree, influence the share of supply which will be eligible for shipping. Biofuels accounted for a small share, 0.2 to 0.3% of the maritime fuel mix last year. But bunker sales in Singapore and Rotterdam suggests that usage is rising. And finally, industry experience indicates that so far use of FAME biodiesel and HVO on board ships with conventional engines goes smoothly as long as certain preparatory measures are taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. We'll make time for one quick question. Otherwise, I'd encourage you to grab Ovind in the coffee and lunch breaks and have a chat about his work. Do you have any quick question on the floor? One.
Sophie Dillon, North Seaport. I was wondering, you showed a slide about the share of biofuels that is used today, which is still a small portion shipping. Does that also entail, is that only about advanced biofuels, or is it also conventional biofuels, which are not really favorable to get credits?
That's a good question, and although the sort of data sources on this is a bit scarce, we would assume that for the most part it is FAME produced from feedstocks such as used cooking oil, which would mean we should kind of put it into the advanced biofuel category for the most part.
So join me again in Ovind. This is just a small token.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce Andrew. He's an energy analyst with the International Energy Agency, working in bioenergy and biomass supply chains. So without further ado, I pass you the microphone.
I think this is on.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. And is there a laser pointer on this thing? There is. Perfect. Which no one's going to be able to see. Perfect. Great. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for the brief introduction. I was just saying to some colleagues that for so long I've seen a number of folks in this room on my 15-inch computer screen, so it's nice to finally see some folks in the physical form versus the virtual form. So happy to be here, and thanks for the introduction. Just before we begin, Just before we begin, I just want to acknowledge my colleague Lawrence Critt, who does a fair amount of work at the IEA on maritime shipping and has been really leading some analysis here, as well as the renewable energy division on the biofuel side of things. So I just want to say thanks. I believe she's participating virtually. So Lawrence, if you're online, thank you for helping prepare the PowerPoint today. Before we get into the slide, I think it's important to talk about the scenarios we see in the World Energy Outlook that came out in 2025, or I guess just recently on November 12th. You'll see on the slide here, there's the CPS, the steps, and the net zero. The CPS is the current policy scenario. This models the current policies that are enacted right now. The step scenario is both the current policies plus continuation of some strategies or potentially mentioned policies that may be forthcoming. And then the net zero emission scenario is a normative forecast. So it says, or sorry, not a normative forecast, but a normative scenario that says, how do we get there? And so that's the differentiation between the scenarios, just so folks are aware. So when we look at shipping in our 2050 analysis here, we see growth across all three scenarios. So in the current policy scenario, the CPS, we see continued growth to 2050. And this is driven primarily by demand for energy commodities. In 2024 alone, energy commodities made up about 40% of maritime trade. Okay, so in a CPS 2050 scenario, we see demand for energy commodities continuing to grow, therefore increased trade of things such as oil, coal, and gas. In addition, the continued growth in the CPS is driven also by continued demand for consumer goods, and also actually a strong increase in iron ore. Iron ore is actually a large commodity that is shipped worldwide. In the stated policy scenario, we see continued growth, but not quite as much as our CPS scenario. This is primarily as demand for energy commodities continues to decline because of greater shares of renewable energy being deployed. Therefore, if you need less oil, gas, or coal for electricity because your power is being generated domestically or regionally, therefore those commodities are traded less. And the step scenario also considers some additional policies in the maritime sector. And then in the net zero scenario, we see growth in 2024, but much less growth in our shipping activity compared to our CPS and STEP scenario. And this is due to assumption of a strong and significant deployment of renewable energy, therefore significant declines of, again, energy commodities. You'll see a small increase from the 2024 baseline in the net zero emission scenario. And though the small increase there is actually because of increased trade of clean technologies, so heat pumps, electric vehicles, electrolyzers, as well as increased trade of alternative fuels, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So moving to the next slide here, if we consider what we just saw in terms of economic activity, what we see on our energy demand and CO2 emissions by scenario. In the CPS scenario, we see continued demand for energy because we see that increasing economic activity, therefore more shipping. And this also continues to drive emissions in the sector. When we look at our STEP scenario, we see increasing energy demand, but not quite as much. We see a small decline in our emissions, and that's primarily because of greater uptake of electrification of ports and energy efficiency measures in ships, as well as greater deployment of alternative fuels. And then when we look at our net zero, we see almost a baseline or a flat line in energy demand, but significant decline in emissions for that scenario, again, because we're not trading as many energy commodities, you're not shipping as much, and therefore we also have significant deployment of emission or significant clean tech emissions deployment in our net zero emissions scenario. Now, what does the fuel mix look like in a net zero emission scenario here? Well, if we're just looking at the NZE, we see significant deployment of fuels into 2050. They start with biofuels. Biofuels are preferred because they are, as many folks in the room know, you drop in ready, they can be used with existing fleets, and they continue to allow fleets to be used, and they avoid stranded assets in the shipping sector. But we see greater growth in our synthetic fuels. They make up more than 50% by 2050, followed by about a quarter from biofuels in our 2050 scenario. We see significant scale up through 2035 and 2040 as innovation continues to grow, cost of renewable electricity continues to come down with the deployment of greater shares of those in markets. And so ammonia tends to take a big portion of that by 2050. That's also considering important health and safety precautions and environmental standards that come with it. We see greater deployment of synthetic methanol. On the liquid biofuels front, there was some good discussion by Ovind about feedstocks. In our scenario, what we see is for biodiesel, about 80% of biodiesel comes from the oils and fats. That starts to shift into 2050 when we see greater use of other feedstocks such as woody biomass. On the biomethanol side, we see greater use of gasification of forest residues, woody biomass to produce that. And then on the biomethane side, we see a wide variety of feedstocks to produce that in this scenario. So that ranges from agricultural residues, sewage sludge, some gasification of forest residues or woody biomass, however you decide to call it. And then and our hydrogen and electricity continue to grow, smaller shares obviously of the fuel mix. We anticipate that hydrogen and electricity will make up shorter shipping routes, primarily in domestic regions or between smaller regions, smaller gaps. Now, I think it'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the importance of ports and infrastructures that come with deployment of alternative fuels and supporting the transition to net zero for the sector. So as demand for these alternative fuels continue to increase, it'll be important for ports and their accompanying infrastructure, not just for global supply chains and trade of renewable energy and clean technologies, but also for access to low carbon energy for marine transport. And so, for example, today's marine fuel is predominantly liquid, with only about 6% comprising of gaseous fuels, both at ambient conditions. So the required infrastructure for some of the synthetic fuels would continue to need to be developed and dispersed around the world. So accommodating a greater diversity of fuels requires retrofits and investments at ports to reduce costs, improve supply, storage, and handling of fuels, as well as the important occupational health and environmental standards and regulations that come with that. But what's important here is that I think a number of opportunities exist, and I think Tristan did a great job actually showing that with his map of gas networks, because the IEA has kind of done something a little bit similar in our global hydrogen review. And we've done an analysis on ports and their existing chemical infrastructure, but what does that also mean in terms of opportunities for fuel infrastructure at a lot of these ports? And so what you'll see on the map here is different grades of both chemical handling infrastructure, the size of those ports, and what those ports more or less do. And so there are a number of opportunities that exist to continue to support alternative fuel deployment. And so things such as leveraging existing infrastructure, especially on the biofuel side of things, ensuring that you continue to avoid stranded assets, retrofit the assets that you have. Another important consideration is clustering production of low carbon fuels, whether that be our synthetic fuels or biofuels close to ports, reducing the time and the cost of transportation and distribution. Another important concept is the industrial hub concept or clustering. We start to hear that starting to emerge a lot. So putting other industries around ports, so whether it's industry that needs X amount of hydrogen and therefore use another X amount of hydrogen for availability at the port. So ensuring that there's stable demand, especially for the nascent fuels, the synthetic fuels, will be extremely important. And then also ensuring that ports have a diversity of fuel handling infrastructure. And so I think what this map does really well is it shows what's happening, but also the possibilities to continue to scale that up. And just before I begin, sorry, I've gone fast. I've tried to make up some time, and Mark hasn't given me a mean glare yet, so I think I'll take a couple more minutes. There's three other key takeaways that I think when we zoom out from port infrastructure and fuels themselves, I think it's been hit on very well in the previous presentation, so I won't go in depth, but continuing to foster international collaboration on regulations. I don't think we need to go more into detail, but I think is very aware that those are very promising developments that are happening, and so we'll see what comes in the following year. Continue to strengthen certifications and regulations, not just for environmental component, but also for the trade component. We need to talk about interoperability, the ability to trade things to make sure that we're talking the same languages. That is going to continue to help with deployment and the trade of fuels, especially between different regions. And then lastly, a point I actually haven't touched on, but kind of helps to summarize everything I just talked about in terms of ports and infrastructures, is continuing to support green shipping corridors, okay, making sure that everything is available at ports that are needed. That's not just alternative fuels, but that's also electrification at ports. That's ensuring that the modes of transportation within the ports are also decarbonized. So that's a very important component when we zoom outside of just the ships themselves, is making sure that everything around the ship also continues to reduce its emissions. Mark, have I made up some time, hopefully?
Thanks, Andrew.
Couple minutes?
You've done a great job.
Yeah, perfect, thanks.
So again, if we have we have one question online. If you want to grab the microphone, yes, please.
Good. There were two questions in the chat. First one is by Blau Lucas, or Lucas Blau. He says, in the graphs on the fuel mix, biomethane takes a very small share in all years. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. What we see on this map is just one demand sector for biofuels, and I think it was Ovind who made a point that there's demand across the road transport, the aviation, and the maritime sector, and so this is representative of the demand we see just in the shipping sector, but not representative of demand we see in biomethane and other sectors. And this is also assuming the different feedstocks required for the different fuels in each sector. So it's taking into a broader global analysis. Good question.
Another question, and then I hand over back to Mark. There was another question by Shibo Liu. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, since e-methanol can be used in retrofitted engines fairly easily, and it can be produced from green hydrogen combined with captured CO2, doesn't that make it more practical than using hydrogen directly?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Well, since e-methanol produced from green hydrogen with captured CO2 can be used in retrofitted engines, isn't that easier to use than hydrogen directly?
Yeah, there's a number of methanol ships that are on the order books right now as well. So that's why you're seeing a greater deployment of some of those, the methane here, especially in 2040 and 2050. Yeah.
Glaucia has one question, and then I'd encourage else to, again, grab Andrew for a chat over coffee.
Hi, Glaucia Souza from TAS39. Any particular reason why ethanol is not?
I knew we were going to get this question. So thanks for raising it. So the reason that it's not included here is because of the conversation that Ovind kind of pointed to in the previous conversation, is that in our scenario, we assume right now that the IMO net zero framework, or since it's been pushed, it isn't currently modeled in net zero emissions. And then the EU fuel maritime regulations obviously have limitations on the feedstocks you can use. But that doesn't discount the fact that the IEA does see ethanol as a potential fuel source. Does that kind of answer your question of how we've done the modeling? Not to discount ethanol as a fuel, but that's just how we've modeled it. Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew. So if you could join me again in thanking Andrew for his presentation. Small gift of thank you. Thanks. So that ends our scene setting opening session. And we're a few minutes late to coffee, so I don't want to take away from your networking time. So what I would ask is if you can come back for 10:55, and it'll be a sharp 11 start of the program. So get your last coffee at 10:55 and in your seat so we can start right on 11. And yeah, the number of presentations, we should be quite comfortable to finish on time for lunch. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for coming promptly back from what was a very nice coffee break and snack for the morning. Our first session is going to cover the topic of policy overview and industry perspectives. A bit of reflection on what the upcoming regulatory landscape looks like towards zero-emission shipping. couple of housekeeping items that I missed out on at the start. All of the presentations made here we're recording through the Teams session, so we intend to have a video version of this available on the website at some point after the conference, as well as the slides being presented. We'll have PDFs of those on the IEA Bioenergy website for you to access and download as required. So no need to frantically take detailed notes, that they will be available post-meeting. So I will remind our speakers that we've allocated 15 minutes for presentation and three to 4 minutes of questions afterwards. So really appreciate if we can keep the time so we do have time for question and discussion. And I may use the gifts that our hosts are providing here as a bit of leverage, because there's some good looking chocolates there I wouldn't mind taking home. So if we could stay to time, that would be really appreciated. I'd like to now introduce William from the Mission Innovation Zero-Emission Shipping. He's an advisor at the Research Council of Norway and a member of the ZESM Secretariat, and works to delineate domestic and international RD&I in the maritime sector, and specifically working in bilateral and multilateral government partnerships. So, William, the microphone is yours. You have perfect, and the clicker's just there.
Yes. Thank you all. Yes, so my name is William Nygaard. As was mentioned, I am working for the Research Council of Norway, but I'm also working in the Secretariat on behalf of the Ministry of Climate and Environment within this multilateral collaboration initiative under the Mission Innovation umbrella called Zero-Emission Shipping Mission, which is, as you might assume, very topical related to today's sessions. So to get underway, just to give a brief overarching view into what this collaborative initiative is looking like in terms of its membership structure and the overall framework of this collaboration. It is a public-private international partnership. It has 3 separate membership structures. It has 5 co-leads represented by Denmark, by Norway, by the US, as well as 2 internationally prominent maritime NGOs in the name of Global Maritime Forum and the Maersk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. We also have several key core mission members and several extremely valuable support mission members crossing multiple continents, and in order to capture the international relevance of what we're trying to accomplish within this mission. Because the key focal point of what I'd like to convey to you all today is the fact that getting to zero emission scenarios in deep sea shipping is enormously challenging. It requires a lot of incredibly ambitious initiatives, both in the short term, and the medium term, and the long term. And it can only be accomplished by leveraging existing and prospective connectivities between multiple regions, between multiple countries, between multiple continents, and of course, to leverage partnerships between the public sector and the private sector, which is the core focus of this initiative, and what we have been trying to foster and initiate and facilitate for the last few years. Now, there are 3 guiding pillar goals towards 2030, which serve as the foundational ambition framework for zero-emission shipping mission. They are within the ships pillar, and the fuels pillar, and the fueling infrastructure pillar. They are very much in line with outlined ambitions of the International Maritime Organization as well, and they are outlining both getting to a sufficient number of large ships that are capable of running on well-to-wake zero-emission fuels. They are outlining a certain amount of heavy fuel oil equivalent well-to-wake zero-emission fuels, and also a particular concentration of key ports covering at least 3 continents, offering these well-to-wake zero-emission fuels through bunkering operations. So these are very ambitious goals, but that's the whole point of this collaboration initiative in the first place, is to try and accelerate progress towards attaining these goals. We have certain outlined focus fuels that we are centering the focus on within the mission. They are as follows. They are green methanol, both in terms of E and biomethanol derivatives. They are focused on green ammonia through the lens of E ammonia. They are green hydrogen and advanced biofuels as well, through obviously several different derivative configurations of that as well. Now, just to give, we've touched upon this through some of the other excellent presenters that we've had the pleasure to hear from already today, but I'd like to just give a brief overview of current industry progress in order to illustrate where the industry is currently placed and where it's heading. There are over 340 zero-emission pilot projects that we have been able to capture in 2024 throughout the industry. Methanol is nearing commercial use. There are over 60 green shipping corridor initiatives. Now, green shipping corridors is one of the most attractive and relevant public-private collaboration structures that are crossing these 3 pillar focuses that the mission is currently focused on at the moment, and is obviously a very, very relevant and valuable tool in order to accelerate the initiatives needed in order to reach these ambitions that we have outlined. There are also about this 5% zero-emission fuel goal by 2030, our projections show that it's currently off track because demand remains limited. There has been regulatory progress, as some of the previous presenters have outlined. However, as has been said about the current IMO adoption postponements and other current developments, there is lagging in factors in adoption, and there's also a lag in industry impact from the existing regulations that we're already seeing being implemented at the moment. The current inflection point that we're seeing is that there's a shift from pilot to scaling phase and deployment phase, early deployment phase, which is now critical across both fuels, infrastructure, and technology. So where are the gaps? Where are the gaps currently that we're seeing? So it's a fuel cost gap, which is very substantial. Zero-emission fuels remain significantly more expensive than conventional alternatives, and they still lack strong incentives. There are weak demand signals. Dual fuel vessel orders only cover about 25% of the 2030 needs that we have outlined within the mission. There is significant policy uncertainty still, especially cross-continental, both in terms of what we mentioned about the IMO measures, and there is still significant demand for fuel standardization. There's financing constraints, and there's also regional disparities in how initiatives are moving and how initiatives are aligning with each other and can complement each other. So significant gaps that need to be addressed, which is obviously a very substantial focus that we are trying to facilitate more focus on and more demand into assessing going forward. And seeing as we're in this inflection point of moving away from just on primarily looking into R&D and pilot developments into more early stage deployments of these various initiatives, we've undergone a strategic assessment within the mission, both looking into our internal priorities and also looking into our external priorities. As you can see, the internal priorities are centering themselves on particularly amplifying our visibility and our credibility. Our significant credibility factor is, of course, the fact that we have 13 countries. We have the EU Commission. We have several prominent NGOs that are all anchored within this collaboration initiative, which can then give us a significant edge in terms of disseminating important knowledge, and also to set the agenda on where progress is needed in multiple different areas, some of which I've already outlined. Also broadening our stakeholder collaboration, and of course, focusing on areas where we can deliver the most strategic value, in particular in terms of facilitation, in terms of platforming where the innovation front is moving, and of course to enhance further coordination cross-continental and cross-border. So I'd like to highlight the CETISM action plan that we developed at the inception of this collaboration framework in 2022. It is a very comprehensive framework which outlines where certain innovations are needed and where progress is needed and where the current gaps are, both technically, both economically, and in terms of operational feasibility for multiple subcategories within both ships, within infrastructure, and within fuels. And I'd highly recommend you to take a look at it. It is available through our website, and it identifies the key agents for change that will help to deliver on our 2030 goals. Now, how does biofuel fit into our overarching action plan in terms of what we have been prioritizing and what we've been trying to support and looking into? To give you some idea of how some of these actions related to biofuels have been looked into for the first couple of years, from 2022 to 2024. It has primarily been sharing knowledge on safety and environmental impact on biofuels. It has been assessing the effectiveness of biofuels as a pilot fuel, which is obviously an incredibly relevant aspect of biofuels, not only for biofuel applications themselves, but also for applications for other fuels such as e-fuels. Researching biofuel fuel properties and blend ratios for compatibility, which is obviously very relevant as well as demonstrating biofuels produced from renewable carbon sources from second and third generation feedstocks, which, as you can see, will continue to remain very relevant even after these early stage assessments. Some other cross-pillar actions that we've identified, which we're not directly prioritizing, but which we are obviously following and disseminating knowledge on, are some of these actions, as you can see here. And then we also have a couple that from 2024 and onwards that are also quite relevant, related to anything from obviously establishing global methodologies for assessing biomass availability. We have in a very comprehensive and substantial report that's coming out called the Oceans of Opportunity Biofuels Report, which will provide very comprehensive assessments into both regional and international biomass availabilities, particularly for maritime use, and a vast array of feedstock potential and how that fits into both geographic incentives and sector-specific incentives as well. Just to move a little bit ahead here, I'd also like to borrow this graph from DNV, which we have the pleasure of having Øyvind here today, to illustrate that biofuel potential for all sectors is substantial, and biofuel use for shipping will also be very prominent. However, it will be one of many solutions, but it has a role to play in shipping in terms of both its current applicability, but also especially in terms of the second and third generation potential for the future, which obviously is the main focus of how we are trying to put the focus on biofuels within the mission. We have a green corridors hub, which we've created within the mission, in order to, again, highlight the imperative need for public-private partnerships and public-private collaborations. And this tool is created in order to both create matchmaking opportunities for potential future green corridor consortia. It will also show you a vast body of work of current reporting and current analysis and knowledge items that are being produced within current green corridors initiatives, and multiple other valuable tools and methodologies as well, in order to, again, help the mission to support green corridors as a valuable public-private partnership tool, which again is what we believe to be one of the strongest tools and agents for moving this transition along. Finally, I'd like to also give a brief highlight to some of the work that we in the Research Council is doing bilaterally. As some of you might know, there has been a MOU signed between Brazil and Norway earlier this year, outlining the ambition, the collective ambition to create a decarbonized shipping corridor, the first one between South America and Europe. And biofuels is obviously a relevant application within this bilateral initiative. And just to give you some idea of how preliminary prognoses might illustrate the application of biofuels from the immediate to short term, as Eyvind mentioned, the current stakeholder focus is on obviously FAME, bioblends, and HVO, as it is what's currently commercially available. However, we are seeing that there are some very interesting prospects in order to drive these ambitions that we're trying to accomplish. For example, reaching a sufficient amount of ships capable of running on other advanced fuels, such as e-fuels, for example, that require new engine configurations and new shipping configurations. There is, for example, a connectivity here between second-generation ethanol, which currently has future prospects of seeing applications in the maritime sector. Wärtsilä, we have here today, will obviously go into further detail on that, but there is interesting connectivities between how, for example, ethanol as a biofuel might be able to be earlier available than, for example, e-methanol, but can drive the adoption of fleet renewals earlier in order to future-proof hard-to-abate sectors within the maritime segment, such as bulk, for example, in order for them to then be prepared for other fuels as well, which shows numerous interesting applications. Of course, I'd like to highlight again, bioenergy as a whole has a very important role to play, not just biofuels themselves. For example, when we look at green methanol, e-methanol, bioenergy has a role to play in that production as well, in terms of a feedstock for CCS in synthesizing the fuel. And therefore, I'd like to just end with the fact that bioenergy holistically will have multiple applications and value for this transition. And of course, we highly encourage you to reach out if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, William. We have time for a couple of questions. We'll start with the ones online. If you just want to raise your hand, we'll bring a microphone if there's a question in the room.
Yeah, there is one question in the room that came in via the chat box, so
Okay.
I'll do that later, Dina. The first question is from Anton Fellinger. Hi, did you consider photocatalytic hydrogen? It can kick in locally later at the edge of cost effectiveness. Did you include that?
So we have not particularly included that specifically, simply because of the fact that we are currently centering the focus on sort of where the current R&D front is towards 2030 as sort of a specific timeline to reach. However, we do of course acknowledge the longer term prospects of that as a very important sort of additional focus, especially beyond 2030 as well. So I think that's the short answer.
Very much. There's a second question, and also the last one, and then I hand over to Dina. This is by Shibo Liu. Thank you for the presentation. Would it be possible to learn which 6 green shipping corridors are close to implementation?
Absolutely, and I think the best way to encourage you to get more into those 6 is to again go to our website and go to the Green Shipping Corridors Hub, where you will get very accurate information and more very comprehensive information into what stage these 6 corridors are currently in, and you will obviously then be able to learn more about the stakeholders involved into each of these 6 green corridor consortia. So it's a bit of a sort of shameless self-advertising from my part, but I'd highly recommend you to do that, because it's a tool we're very proud of, and it's very important for our work.
I think we'll go to Dina.
Yeah, so Dina Bachowski from Austria. So I wonder, you said the orders of dual fuel vessels cover only 25% of 2030 demand, which probably means that you say the fleet renewal is going too slow. Is there still companies ordering vessels that are non-future proof, like not dual fuel, not ready for using alternative fuels? Or are they just simply ordering not sufficient renewable or dual fuel vessels?
No, so that's a very important question, and I think it's important to highlight the fact that there is a significant discrepancy between how fleet renewals are happening, depending on which shipping segment you're talking about. For example, in the Zero-Emission shipping mission, the main segment focus that we've been having is on container, because it is the shipping segment, the deep sea shipping segment, which has the highest margins, the best CapEx flexibility, and obviously that becomes then a first mover segment able to take more initiatives into purchasing dual fuel capable ships. However, if you look into other segments, such as, for example, the bulk segment, that segment is lagging significantly in comparison. And if you look, for example, transatlantically, there is a significant portion of the bulk segment, for example, which has not yet initiated their own sort of procurement initiatives trying to get new alternative ship types, and who do not even have dual fuel capable ships tied to their order books, both whether now or in the near term future. So that discrepancy is obviously very challenging, and why we need demand drivers, both on the policy side, on the regulatory side, but also, as I mentioned in my sort of green Brazil-Norway corridor roadmap, other fuel demand driving elements that could also foster and incentivize such actions on the ship owner side. But it's a very valuable question, and obviously the segment discrepancy is very relevant to look into in that regard. But yeah, significant lag in multiple segments.
You can join me in thanking William again, and I encourage you to grab him if you have other questions during the networking breaks we have through the day. Thank you, William. I'd now like to introduce Luciana, who's a specialist in supply chain decarbonization, Scope 3, and carbon accounting for product certification at Petrobras, if I pronounced that right. Petrobras, 50-50, and I got it wrong, as well as a member of the Brazilian delegation to the International Maritime Organization since 2023. So the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Hearing? Okay, with the sound? Okay. Well, good morning all. Oh, thank you. But can I stay there?
So the camera should stay there.
Here. Oh, okay. So again, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mark, for the introduction. Thank you, Professor Glaucia, for the invitation, for inviting our company to be here. Okay. Like this, because I found this in my. Okay, better?
No.
No? Good? Bad? No good.
No.
Is off? No. Now, it's okay? Good. It is a pleasure to me to represent Petrobras here today. And our presentation was divided first to explain very briefly who we are for colleagues who doesn't know our company. And then we will try to discuss a little bit how we are as a fuel user and producer, what we're doing to face regulatory changes, and what we value in fuels and the future. Just a quick things about our purpose, values, and vision. Anything written here we should understand that we are a national-owned company. Then the commitment to Petrobras in Brazil marks what we commit with. We produce almost 2.7 million barrels per day, and 81% of this comes from a special layer, which is called pre-salt layer. And so many data here I won't go through, but our market value, for example, is $8 billion today. This is our most important production site, which is called Santos Basin or the pre-salt basin. Several other oil and gas companies are together with us in this field as partners. We have 11 refineries in Brazil. We represent 83% of all refinery capacity in the country, and our refineries are spread all over the country and more close to the shore. And about our logistics, which is important when I think about the maritime sector, we have 115 time charter vessels. 33 of them are our own ships. 170 spot-based contracts in 24 and 191 year to date. So as a fuel user, any changes in the maritime sector impacts us for sure. And we have more than 40 terminals connected by pipelines, connected to our refineries, and we deal with more than 100 products. Of course, we have the ambition to keep our relevance in the Brazilian energy supply. We were 31% in 2022, and we want to keep this. But of course, we will keep, we envision to mix the renewables in this number. I put just a red mark because I have just a quick disclaimer that in the next couple of days or week, our new business plan will be released for the next 5 years. And maybe some numbers may change, but not our commitments and ambitions towards this we're speaking here. And then the regulatory change, right, for us. First, how we had to put it on the table, see what everything that was happening, IMO, ICAO, Paris Agreement. We have our national programs, Renewable Future Fuels. We had to look at it as a fuel producer and understand what would be our response. The first response, this quicker response for a company who owns refineries, is go deep in biorefinery. And two main ways of doing this. First, using our installed capacity with what we call co-processing, using biomass together with fossil streams in our refineries, producing HVO. We have a special name for this, diesel R5, but it's HVO. And invest in the capex part of it, which is the plan for dedicated plants, HEFA plants, A to J plants. We also had to look at what exists already in the country, and ethanol, biodiesel, and biogas in a least extent because it's still under development. They are established in the country. We have mandates for both. And what we had to do was, okay, let's go find synergies with ethanol by now for aviation fuel, but also I'll show later for our maritime sector. Biodiesel, we are a little bit more experienced as we have a subsidiary that produces biodiesel, and we understand better this market. We understand the synergy, of course, with bunker producing B24. And of course, we'll keep expanding our operations in low carbon business, bioproducts, either from standalone units, either from our co-processing plants. And CCUS, we are already the global leader in CCUS offshore, but we are also being a pioneer in CCS in the country. There will be a pilot. We are under a pilot project. We have participation in refineries that will go 100% biorefinery. This is it's not 100% Petrobras. It's a partnership, and we have agreements with the Agricultural Research National Company in Brazil, as we also understand that raw materials, although different from an oil and gas company, a different business, we have to understand it, right? Of course, going more deeper in the maritime sector, we were the first company to commercialize VLS B24 in Brazil a year ago, more than a year ago. We also commercialize it in Singapore as we operate. We have offices in Singapore. Next year in Brazil, we operate today. We operate today in the port in the south of the country. Next year will be in Santos Port, which is the most important in the country. And we have a partnership with Vale to provide B24. And here just a few numbers. We are the main company in Brazil in the production of supply of maritime fuel oil. And it wouldn't be impossible for us not to go deep in a very fast pace that we did it. To go to VLS B24, we operate 8 ports in Brazil, and this is a very important project for us. But all of this has brought some changes in our mindsets over the last 4 years. We always valued in products as a fuel producer quality and availability. That was basic commitments of a fuel producer: the quality and availability to our clients. But we had to learn to value different things when biofuels and regulated markets started to appear to us. And data integrity was one of them. Data integrity to what? To calculate the carbon intensity of our products. And we have a digital LC system. It's an online CI calculation focused on global warming potential. We have, as refiners, we have luckily enough primary data, refinery management systems, energy performance data. We have digital twins, but of course we have also to use secondary data. As we import oil, we have chemicals, we have catalysts that we don't oversee the supply chain, then we can control the data. And the second thing that we had to learn to value in our fuels was transparency of our supply chain. And we did that through certification. We have several certificates because certification, it's per refinery, per product, per raw material. Then it's a combination of possibilities. We have for SAF, we have for Singapore, we have where we deal, where we trade B24. Our HVO is certified. Then this is something that we have to face and understand, that without preparing the company for this, we won't be able to face the regulatory change. And how are we preparing for the future, right? There are 3 main axes that we have been performing, right, or developing. First is developing low carbon products that I mentioned. We had the short term. Okay, let's face it and use what we have, implement mature technologies, and see what's available in the market. See what are the biofuels and the low carbon products that are already established there. Of course, we have the medium term projects where it will be our dedicated or standalone facilities and new feedstocks that we have a lot of research on it. And in the long term, we see that the consumption will be more than it is today, but because we already can say that it is, but we understand that in the future will be much more influenced by the product's carbon intensity. CI will be as it is today in Europe, but it will be more global. And we can foresee more biorefineries and synthetic fuels as well. The second path we are following is renewing our fleet. We are buying new handies, new shuttles, MRs, gas carriers, and we took the decision of buying it ethanol and methanol ready because we understand that we have to be prepared for this near future. I just left other characteristics because energy efficiency and the efficiency of the ships, it is paramount also for us, and they comply with all of this. And the last path we are following is keeping our efforts. First, the mandates of me and my colleagues, we're about 6, we were capped by the company in the Brazilian delegation at IMO. We're still there. We will be there helping the Navy technically. We have R&D in sustainable materials, and then in its processing, new raw materials. We have R&D projects in Macaúba, in ILUC, for example. We are preparing our logistics, more terminals for B24, preparing our fleet, and we will keep our efforts, of course, in our CI calculation, in our certification of our own products, and we help directly. Brazil helps, and Petrobras helps, contributes to the IMO certification framework. We are also part of the Macaúba sustainability expert groups for certification. Then this is how we, as fuel user and producer, we prepared, we faced, and are preparing for the future. And well, I finish here. Many thanks. Thanks to my colleagues who not only helped me with the presentation, but steered these projects from chartering, from LCA, from product development, steered these projects in the company. That's it.
Thank you, Luciana. Do we have any questions? Eric, if you have.
Yeah, in the chat there are 2 comments, but they are more generic comments than actually specific questions to Luciana. And I was wondering indeed if we should tackle them then anyway or not. That's because somebody said, well, how would it be that, I mean, I'll give you an example. In the case that, let's say, SMR nuclear reactors would actually have a kind of a boost in their further development, wouldn't that be something that would, yeah, let's say, make more uncertainties about any investments in renewable fuels in the near future? And that is, of course, not a question specifically to you.
That's probably not fair to
perhaps perhaps we can to the panel discussion later.
Yeah, potentially we can carry those forward to the panel discussion. We won't open that that extensive. Any questions from the floor before we let Luciana? Again, seek her out in the breaks and the networking sessions, including the one we'll have at the end of the day, to have some more in-depth discussions, and join me again in thanking for your presentation. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the Norwegian Ship Owners Association. Tom is the climate advisor for this organization and works with them on climate strategy and national and European climate measures. He also represents them on climate matters as it relates to ECSA and the European Ship Owners Association. So Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
All right. And that's your remote.
Yes, thanks. No, Miss Salvatore is not a representative of the Brazilian state, but at least it's state-owned. And I would like to say thank you for standing up in the IMO meeting for the net zero framework. That was very, well, a positive sign, at least, that some countries were standing up. Anyways, thank you for having me. I'm going to, well, just proceed. So, a short round of introduction. Who are we? Well, we are an organization consisting of around 130 ship owners, controlled from Norway, and they exist in these 6 segments. These 6 segments have very particular characteristics and challenges and so on. So the question of you know, a single silver bullet is a mute one. It's not possible to find a solution that satisfies all these segments. But in short, we range from deep sea companies such as Wallenius Wilhelmsen, that you have just a couple of 100 meters down the road, to short sea bulk ships that travel around in the northern part of, or northwestern part of Europe, transporting, for instance, and so on. And of course, we have, being in Norway, we have a quite considerable offshore vessel fleet, and the subsea and rigs and so on. So that's us. We have around 1,300 ships. And we're not very small globally. We're actually, in value at least, the 6th largest fleet in the world. So we're happy with that, of course. And this is where we sail. In general, our members, they do not sail domestically, or they sail at least between Norway and the continent, for instance. That's the shortest route, basically. But we have a kind of a global network, and that's where you find the deep sea fleet, of course. That is the topic of today. And of course, our climate ambition is very relevant for this discussion. I would say that we are quite in the forefront in our sector when it comes to climate emissions. We have no problem with supporting ETS and the net zero framework. We want the global carbon pricing system, for sure. And when it comes to the net zero framework, we hope that all parties in the IMO will work hard in order to find an agreement which is ambitious but realistic. And we want to halve our carbon intensity by 2030 compared to 2008. That's very important. We have achieved about 28% improvement in our efficiency until now. And some companies are already there. So we have, for instance, a company called Odfjell which I will mention later. They have more than 50% reduction in their carbon intensity compared to 2008 already. And we, at least, we want a carbon neutral fleet by 2050. And we have members that are more ambitious than this. So, for instance, Wallenius Wilhelmsen, that I just told you about across the street, they want to be carbon neutral by 2040. So that's our ambition. And what are our emissions? Well, first of all, I want to make a point by saying that we actually publicize our emission numbers. It's not a lot of our colleagues that do that in the same systematic way. And that might be a good thing for you guys that do research and so on. So basically, in Norway, we have 1.35 million. Not a lot, but still a third of Norwegian shipping emissions. And in Europe, we're a little bit larger. We have about 5% of the European shipping. And globally, we're much larger. That's where we need solutions in order to reach our climate ambitions. And in the EU, there has been a lot of very positive developments the last few years with both the ETS encompassing shipping, but also the FuelEU Maritime. And we're very happy with that. And we are also looking forward to the revisions of the rules next year in the EU. And just a snapshot of where we are compared to others. Unfortunately, it's in Norwegian. Some of it is quite self-explanatory. We don't use a different word for LNG, for instance. So if you look at the DNV's maritime forecast, the global fleet has around 2% of uptake of alternative fuels, while our corresponding number is 15%. And when it comes to the numbers for the order book, we see that there is 27% global alternative fuels share, while we have 72. Yeah, that's aligned to our ambition, at least to some extent. And each year we pose the question to our members: what fuels do you see as the most important ones in order to achieve our goals? And there has been quite a lot of developments in the last few years. The last 5 years, you see that the light blue one, which is the topic of today, has increased from medium likely to being the top alternative in our members' views in the last 2 years. And unfortunately, we see that ammonia and hydrogen, they have also they have lost a lot of confidence from our members. But this is, I mean, there are 3 kinds of lies, isn't it? Lies, damned lies, and statistics. So between this, or underlying these numbers, there are a lot of nuances. So again, I'm not representing Wallenius Wilhelmsen, but the company that I told you about a couple of times already, that want to be carbon neutral by 2040. They, for instance, focus quite a lot on ammonia. So you might have large emitters and large companies that only count as one, but yeah, so they're in these figures. But I think this is really interesting, and we will continue having this in our annual reports with the same question to kind of track the developments. It's quite interesting, I think, both for us, but also for the outside world. And I must say that something that we all agree upon is that energy efficiency is the most important thing to get right. Odfjell that I mentioned just recently, their efficiency improvements correspond to actually reducing, or it would be the same emission reduction as switching 21 of their vessels with zero-emission vessels. So it's really a different way of thinking about this, but energy efficiency can really be a powerful mover. In the latest DNV Maritime Outlook, I think it was said that the energy efficiency potential was 16%, up to 16%, which would correspond to 2,500 of the largest ocean-going vessels today. So it's quite something. It's very important that we remember. And I could pick many examples, but this is kind of a very good deep sea examples of Odfjell again. They have installed 4 suction sails on some of their ships, and also some voyages they use a lot of biofuels, and one voyage in particular they used 100% biofuels and these suction sails, and all the suction sails they created almost an improvement of 20% in their energy efficiency. So yeah, good job, Odfjell. And just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Bergen to mark that Hurtigruten, which is one of the ships that, or one of the companies that serve the coastal route from Bergen to Kirkenes, they traveled 100% with 100% used cooking oil from the UK. So it was a nice smell of fish and chips there. No, I'm just kidding. It wasn't. So it's possible. It's possible to do these things today. And this is kind of theft from DNV, but I've credited them at least 2 places. So and this is actually from the year before. Mr. Sekkeset showed you. He showed you the 2024 figures, but actually the 2024 figure or 3 figures are quite the same. And it just goes to show that at least now with the IMO net zero framework, I don't think necessarily that it's very relevant to talk about how much biofuels are available for our ships or for the shipping sector. I think that's a kind of a hypothetical question, really. Because there's enough for the ones that want to, and there will be other regulations also regionally that will probably also, yes, spur demand, but also supply. So in Europe, we have the FuelEU Maritime and the ETS shipping that give very strong incentives, but you also if there is no IMO net zero framework, it might very well be that you will have more kind of regional systems. So imagine like a China ETS, for instance, that would really give a lot of strong signals into the market. So I think I will end there, and I'm ready to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We've got time for a couple of questions. Anything online this time? Okay.
Nuclear was on the bottom of, yeah, but it's really a promising technology.
I'm Eric van de Heuvel. I'm technical coordinator of IEA Bioenergy. I have 2 questions. One, the graph that you showed with your survey actually shows a lot of volatility. So your members seem to, let's say, change see developments, maybe biofuels went up. So actually, it would be very interesting to follow that for a longer time to understand indeed whether it, let's say, becomes more clear, whether the portfolio gives a better understanding. What is your expectation on that?
Yeah, it's a very interesting graph, and I think it at least, well, I don't know what it's like on the global scene, but nationally, at least in our debate, there has been a lot of buzz about ammonia and hydrogen the last couple of years, or at least from 2020 until 2024, where also our state enterprise Enova supported a lot of like really spectacular projects, ships, and also fueling infrastructure. And the investment decisions, they never happened. So you had a lot of projects that actually stranded. And I think that created kind of a pushback. But also I think that the labor perspective has also entered the debate, where you have important labor organizations that actually that say that we don't want to be your guinea pigs. So they don't want to be on a ship with ammonia if it's not really like 110% tried and safe and so on. Same with hydrogen, but I hope we'll figure out something. I know that you guys are working on it, Kai. Thanks.
Hi, Sophie Delano, North Seaport. I found the slide where you share the emission numbers quite inspiring. We should all do that more. But I was also wondering how you come up with those numbers. Is it something that you measure, or is it more type of a calculation that is behind it?
Thanks. Well, we have, believe it or not, a lot of regulations in the shipping industry. And so these figures are really kind of extracted from what the companies already report. Yeah, so in Europe, it's quite simple. It's something called the monitoring, reporting, and verification regulation, and so on. So it's possible to extract these numbers from more or less publicly available databases.
Got one more.
I have another question, and that relates to the fact that you mentioned, well, you are the sixth largest, let's say, country in the world in respect to shipping.
In value.
In value, yeah. And I think that's then very encouraging to see that when you compare the numbers with the DNV overall, that you are ahead of it. But my question is then indeed, what made, let's say, your organization or your members to actually then step forward in it while the regulations are not yet fully in place? So some of the ambitions seem to go ahead of what actually is going to be asked for in either FuelEU Maritime or in the IMO Net Zero Framework Network. So what is the internal drive then for the members?
Well, I cannot answer for everyone, but and I say this without kind of a smile on my face, that they're actually quite concerned, most of them, about what the scientists are telling us about what's happening. And they have a business. Many of the ship owners in Norway are from generations of ship owners. And they rely on a stable world, both when it comes to armed conflict, but also the environment. So it's a kind of wish for a stable future for the environment and without wars and so on. And also coming from a small country, we are kind of and also a very open economy. We are very, what can I say? We rely on the outside world. We are not really players ourselves, we feel at times. This is kind of a personal reflection. And that also makes us more sensitive, I think, to these issues. And it's quite interesting too, because I worked as a diplomat in a prior life, and I came home to Norway, and the Norwegian state is a little bit insulated to what's happening globally. But when I came to the Ship Owners Association, it was almost like working in an embassy again, because we have situation rooms. If something happens somewhere, I show you the map. I show you the map where we are, and basically everything that happens around the world affects us instantly. So when Trump imposes extra tariffs on or extra port fees, that's our company is having to pay $10 million more for a port visit. When the Suez Canal shuts down, or when when there are tensions in Iran, that's us. It takes seconds, really, and everything else like refugees and so on. It's we're affected by everything, more or less.
We have one last question here from Peter.
Peter Jolman from the UK. Very closely related question. How much are your members likely to be disadvantaged in competitiveness by the early adopters of green technologies?
Yeah, hopefully not a lot, but of course, the longer it takes for a global framework, or at least international carbon pricing, to affect our sector, the worse kind of the calculation becomes, or the economy of it becomes. But at the same time, it's not necessarily as costly as one would imagine. So, for instance, in deep sea, which is the topic today, I think Mr. Sekkesetter showed us the main drivers of what's happening, and that's the big goods exporters or big companies. And they, I mean, the cost recovery from investing in green technology is quite nice for, like, the companies, like I told you about, for Dennis Philipson. They are the largest car export, or they have ro-ro ships, large ones, and the car manufacturers are ready to pay a premium for reducing the CO2 emissions from their value chain, which means that the proposal is quite nice for our members. But it's a huge difference from that, and when you compare it to kind of the ships that are transporting rocks to Denmark from Norway, they do not necessarily recover all the costs that they put into it.
Okay, so again, I encourage you to touch base with Tom in the networking sessions, and join me again in thanking him for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move into the side of this, and I introduce Kai, who is working as the General Manager in Sustainable Fuels and Decarbonization, heading the new technology development related to gas engines, alternative fuels, and flexible engine operations. So the floor is yours, Kai.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. So I start from the end. So you will remember something. Our Finnish president always said 3 things. So in my presentation, there will be 3 important things. First of all, decarbonization is important, and we need to start now. Second, fuel flexibility is the key. And third, I've already forgot. I must see what it was, but I already forgot. So we will come to that. I will go through what we at Wärtsilä do regarding taking sustainable fuels into use from our engines. I will go then one by one: liquid biofuels, liquid biogas or biogas, and methanol, ethanol that was in here, and then in the end, summary on what we are doing regarding biofuels. I will not take in those fuels that also have been discussed, like ammonia, hydrogen, in this presentation. So first of all, Wärtsilä's strategy is decarbonization. We are looking into the future to decarbonize what we can in the world. First of all, with our products, our engines, with our systems. Second, to be neutral in our own, carbon neutral in our own operations, producing engines, other things, services, and so on. And then to also help our suppliers to decarbonize. So this is our strategy at the moment. And until it's solved, will it ever be solved? Emissions. We are all talking now about greenhouse gas, global emissions. Every time when I talk, I want to lift up that there are also other emissions. Perhaps you all know it, so you don't need to do it here, but don't forget the local emissions that we have been working for many years. NOx, SOx, smoke particulates. These are still as important, and we are still working on reducing those as well at the same time as we are looking at the global emissions. For us, the global emissions, they are three. From our engines, it's carbon dioxide, methane, unburned methane, that is a high potent gas, and then especially now when we are using ammonia as fuel, laughing gas, the nitrous oxide. So these are the three ones that we are looking into regarding greenhouse gases, mainly at the moment. So how does the world look now? It was, we need to start now and to work, but we see that it will take time. It will take time to change all the marine fleet to be green and to get the fuel. We see it in steps. First of all, so today, what is it, 99.5% is using fossil fuel, and the rest, all 5, are using something else. And now the first easiest step, it was asked that why is it only 25%, was it you didn't ask? I would say that all engines today in the world, they can run on biofuels, HVO. I even have a diesel car, one of my cars, and I run only HVO. So perhaps I slow down this Maritime, how they get it as I pay more, but still, all the diesels that we have in Wärtsilä, they can run on PAIM, they can run on HVO. So that is not the bottleneck. Yeah, by the way, that was the third that I should have in the beginning. The engines and the systems are not the bottleneck. It's the fuel and the world in itself, and perhaps the fuel is not even the bottleneck. It's just how we make it. I hope you remember the 2 other ones. I've already forgotten it. The easiest way for us now is to just take in fuels that can be blended into the normal fuel tank. So, like I do, HVO, PAIM, or something like that. And then, if you have a gas engine, you put LBG. We have one vessel going from my hometown Vasa in Finland to Umeå in Sweden, and they are only running on liquefied biogas now. I think they are the first one that only use that, plus a little bit of pilot. But yes, and they take then shore power both in Finland and Sweden. Then the next is that we will start to look into blending in new fuels as they come. This could be ammonia, this could be hydrogen, this could be methanol, ethanol, whatever. And then later on, when the fuel is available and to the right price, then and at the right place, then we can be green all over. Here is then the one key, the flexibility. With me. So we are looking at fuel flexibility. This is top of my engine that I had in the lab, or 5 years ago. It had only run on diesel and heavy fuel. Today, the same engine with some small changes on top. So all the changes can in principle be seen on that picture. It had got a gas pipe, it had got some new fuel injection equipment. But now we have been able to run on gaseous fuels. You can see them: LNG, LPG, ammonia, hydrogen, liquid fuels, HFO, MDO, LPG in liquid form, ammonia in liquid form, methanol, ethanol. And then on this one, we are using diesel as a pilot. And this can as well be biofuel, both FAME and HVO. I already in 2001 tested B100 on a similar engine type like this, on a gas engine, and it worked well. I would say it was even better than what we had with standard. Our engine portfolio is ranging from, we make 4-stroke engines, so it's ranging from 0.5 megawatt up to 20 megawatt. And then if you want to have more power, you just put more engines next to each other. And Wärtsilä engines, so you now know in the future, if the name is 20, it means that the piston is 20 centimeter in diameter. If it's 46, then it's a little bit bigger. So, and we are now aiming to have all our product sizes to run on all the fuels that are coming. This is a little bit market-based, so it's not so that we have all now. Some of them are not even asked for, and some are in the development stage. We have always been looking at fuels. So from 60s, when I was born, we had diesel. Then we thought in the beginning of 80s that we only need one fuel in the future for marine, and that's heavy fuel. We wrote it in 1980 in Wärtsilä, that's the future. And then afterwards we have looked at all these fuels that are in here. This is not even all, but most of them are here in the picture, according to what we see that's coming from the market. So the roadmap, our roadmap at the moment, and will be, we have two main streams. We either go natural gas, LNG for marine today, or heavy fuel or diesel for liquid fuels. And this is a good base for taking in biogas or liquefied biomethane or biodiesels or HVO. And then later on, when they are synthetically made, they can also be used. These are the two main streams. But we are also looking into carbon-free fuels, hydrogen, ammonia, and hydrogen mainly now in the beginning for energy business. They are acids, perhaps not so easy to store and transport on board vessels. So then it's easier to make it to ammonia and use it there. And about that I could talk a lot, but it's not in today's presentation. And then last but not least, alcohols. So methanol and ethanol has been tested. As I'm a Finn, I don't understand why you would use ethanol in an engine, but in Brazil, as we saw, they have a lot of it, so they can use part of it to fuel also, as we have done. It was tricky to get it in Finland, as you had to say exactly where every liter goes. Otherwise, it goes elsewhere. So this was a tricky part. Now, shortly into these different fuels, if I have time. So we start with the natural gas and liquefied biogas. Quite short. So you know that LNG is mostly methane, but not purely methane. So between 90% or 95% methane. And that is a good fuel for our engines. Then if we liquefy biogas to biomethane on the right there, you can see that it will be methane. And our engines like methane. It's the best to run on for our engines, and the quality is stable. You don't have like 3% propane and 5% propane, 2%, so it will be stable. So we are running now, so the engine likes to run on liquefied biogas. And as I said, Aurora Botnia, come to Finland or to Umeå to go on the Aurora Botnia vessel. It runs now on biogas all the time, even through the ice that is coming now. That was easy. The second easy one is biofuels that you all know better than me, but I can use it. So I don't know how it's produced and so on. And I think we have quite similar text as I even had here before. With HVO and FAME, we see a lot of positive things. It's clean, it's low particulate in that sense, and it has a standard. So you have a standard for FAME, you have a standard for HVO, and this helps us a lot. If you just buy the fuel according or make the fuel according to the standard, then it's good for our engines. The negative side, even took them up, it's mostly on the storage side for FAME, as it could have some implications on when it's getting cold, and then it has a little bit lower heating value as it contains oxygen in it. But what they have both in common for us now is the price and the production volumes. So when they are there, the engine is ready for it. So please make more, you want that too. Experience. We have been testing both FAME and HVO, different brands, and we have got good results. We have one problem today. I don't know even if it's a problem. We don't get much input from the field. Does it work or does it not work? We hope and we think that they don't have problem with it, because then they don't call us. Or the other one, which we don't hope, is that they don't use biofuels. So then we will not either here. But so far, very little input. There have been some regarding some filtering and so on, but otherwise very little input from the field. Questions that we get a lot of questions from customers, and what we try to answer to are those there in the lower part. Those we can read, and I think Wärtsilä can answer to those. But then there are coming much more regarding this. Where is it produced from? What it is produced? What is the quality, and so on? And there we need all the help from you to answer. But we try to answer to how it can be used in our engines when we get those fuels. So that was the two mainstreams and the easy ones. Then methanol, ethanol part. Biofuels, it's mostly then ethanol, I think, that we are talking about. But already 10 years ago, we converted one vessel in Sweden, in Gothenburg, to run on methanol, and that has been now running 10 years. They run every now and then on methanol according to the price and so on. Then methanol market boomed in 2019, 2020 as some Danish guys said that would be the fuel of the future. And so a lot of people started to look into methanol as fuel. And we then already had the technology ready, so we could quite easily start to develop new engine types on methanol. And we also then developed the methanol pack, the fuel tank for methanol operation. And here is now the Stena Germanica, that is the vessel that has been running 10 years now, on and off with methanol on all 4 engines that they have. And as I said, this has been a hype now. I don't know if it's a hype because a hype goes away, but it has been we have sold a lot of methanol fueled engines. People want to have methanol fueled and methanol ready engines. So this has been sold so more than 250 engines, and all segments have been interested in marine. And even if you see the last part there, even energy business has somewhat looked at methanol also as fuel. Then ethanol, we looked at Brazil, and Brazil has been using now ethanol in their cars 50 years. I don't know, started in mid-70s sometimes to use ethanol as fuel. And from there, they have been very interested in to ask us that, can you run on ethanol as well? So 2 years ago, we set up and modified our methanol engine to run on ethanol, and with good results. So now we have put 1 engine to Brazil to some kind of demonstration plant on land to operate on ethanol. It's in Suape, halfway up, or where is it? So there we will see now results from ethanol. Summary, last slide. The decarbonization route or journey need to start now. We cannot go and wait until we have the perfect fuel. We need to do it now, because if you do 3% today and every day, it's much better than to do 100% after 50 years. So we start now, and we all start now. And the second point there, we need expertise from everyone. We can use the fuel, we can burn it, but we cannot make it, and we don't know the materials and so on. So everybody here is needed for the transformation. And then Wärtsilä tried to fill in the gaps. So like making fuel tanks for the new fuel if they are not there, and sometimes we can even compete with other and so on. But try to fill in so there will not be anything that falls between the chairs when making engines and systems for a new fuel, except the production of it. There we don't go in, and we don't make vessels either. Then the big thing, the fuel flexibility, is a key. I don't say any, but most of the fuels, I think that most of the engines bought today will not run on the same fuel the whole lifetime. It will change back and forth, or just forth. So that is the key here, to be fuel flexible. To be fuel flexible when you have a vessel. And then the last, and which I like the most, we are already running our engines on biofuels, ammonia, hydrogen, methanol, ethanol. And for me, as an old test engineer, started 30 years ago with testing engines. For me, seeing is believing. So when you see that the engine works on that fuel, you also believe it. You don't believe me now when I just show the slides, but if you see it, then you know. And then the second is that doing is learning. When you start up, you do something, you see what should be improved. You perhaps get a visitor to look at, why are you doing that? We could do it this better in this way, and everybody can help each other. That was what I had to show.
Thank you, Carl. We have time for a couple quick questions. Ooh, I've got a few in this time.
Oh,
Got
so unclear.
lady here. I think it's more keen interest.
Hope so.
Idolslu from TNO, the Netherlands, and your presentation was very clear.
Okay.
My question relates to the use of LNG in shipping, be it renewable LNG or fossil-based LNG. There are some controversials that relates to the methane slip, onboard methane.
Yeah.
Can you reflect on that?
Yes, we have done a lot of work on, first of all, of course, we want to burn all methane that is coming to the engine, that we have always done. And since 2000, I think the reduction has been more than 90% from our engines. Still, there is somewhat unburnt methane. The problem here now is more with regulation. Like our four-stroke engines, it said that it's 3.1%. Go to, for example, the vessel that I have outside my office there. It's less than 1% methane slip. But how to show it and how to get the benefit from it, that we have been discussing a lot now in EU. How to measure, how often you should measure, what is the measurement equipment, who should measure, and so on. So it's important, and we do a lot of work on it, and I think we have done very good progress. And now, if you look, engines we have, it's well, 1.5% all over the area.
We've got one here, and then we'll go to the back of the room.
Thank you very much. Bernhard Drosk from Austria, Boca University and Pest. You said we should learn from each other. I have a very specific question. You said you have to adapt a methanol tank. So what is the reason that you have a specific tank for methanol?
Yeah, on the first one, the Stena Germanica, it was just a ballast water tank that was painted with some zinc something, and then you have this blanket of nitrogen on top, so you don't get in oxygen, and have this low flash point issues also with it. But otherwise, I don't know the materials here in the fuel tank, but we have been looking to have the correct materials for methanol and so on.
Okay.
Yep.
And then after that, we'll
Ilkka Hiltunen from VTT. I'm curious to know that have you tested liquefied, in a way, lignocellulosic feedstock like pyrolysis oil, as such as we know that in a way the fossil option like heavy fuel oil it's not very high quality. So in a way, how about this is less high quality options on the biofuel side?
Yes, and if you were from VTT, you have tested it out with us. but yes, we have tried to take in all the things that we can have. We have had chicken oil, we have had fish oil. I sometimes say snake oil, but that's something else. But all these and pure ones, for example, we have in Italy power plants running on pure biofuels as long as it was economically feasible, but I don't think it's anymore. So from palm oil, but yes, we try all. One short. I had a friend starting just with some biofuels in the beginning, and he said that it smelled like a bakery. But you said today that it doesn't. But he also, perhaps he lied to me then, yeah.
One quick one here, and then I think we have one on the line.
Roland Verheven, Ghent, Belgium. So work in the university and biopower. I have a question for you. You said, yes, I'm a biodiesel man working on all things, so I know. You said it's 30% less energy. Okay, but if you correlate to the density, it's only 6%. Because yeah, it's a lower density, so you have much more energy you calculate per kilogram. If you calculate per liter, then you have 30%. That's correct, but not per kilogram. It's very important to calculate energy in kilograms, not in liters. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on who you are.
Yeah.
Because our fuel system see the flow.
Yes.
But the fuel tank see the storage. So it's a little bit different who is looking. Yeah. If you're looking from behind or from
now
the front.
Go to the methanol.
Yeah.
Methanol is 35, 40% less, and you need a double capacity.
Yes.
And that's not a problem then in a ship. That you use methanol, and methanol is only 20,000, no, 25, yeah?
Oh, 20, yeah.
20,000, a little bit more,
20,
okay?
yeah.
So there's nearly half of the petroleum or heavy fuel.
Yeah.
You need a double volume.
Yes.
Tanking. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
And that's not a problem. Biodiesel is a problem and not methanol.
I don't think anyone say that biodiesel is a problem for the storage of it. If you go into small gritty details, now this will be long, but if you then for example, you need a little bit more of diesel, and if you set a limit on the engine that 110%, and then you have a mechanical stop. If you change the fuel to FAME, then when the mechanical stop is coming, then it's not 110%, it's perhaps 102. But still, how do you present this for the regulator? And these are the small things, but for the operation, no problem.
Okay. There was one small question in the online audience, and it is by Sam D, and he asks, what is the additional cost for a dual fuel engine compared to a single fuel engine?
Yeah.
How expensive do they become?
I'm so happy that I'm in R&D. I have no clue, but already 20 years ago when Viking Line in Finland started to ask about to have an LNG fuel ship, and then they asked me the same. I said, I don't know, but I think it should be 3 times more expensive, because first you get a diesel engine, and then you get a gas engine, and then you get more storage or more passengers on board, as you don't need to have 2 different. I don't know, something I would say between 5 and 10% of the parts are changed. So if you calculate directly from that, you will get a sum on 5 to 10%, and then perhaps some development work is on, and so on, depending on what the fuel and the need is.
Very good. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
And now we're going to move to get a perspective from the North Sea Port Company. And Sophia runs their Sustainable Transport Fuels program. It's currently involved in national policy discussions in Flanders and the Netherlands, and has expertise that lies in ports related to opportunities and logistics around energy and that is intertwined with policy. So with that, I'll pass the floor to Sophie. You should be able to just jump to your slides.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very excited to be here. Upon getting the invitation, I was immediately inspired to come up with this contribution by 2 things that I love to spend my time on. One thing is art, and the other one is surfing. Why do I come up with this? I'd like to be creative in my presentations, and I was thinking about, wow, I get to go to Norway. Immediately I think of Munch. There's a famous painting of him, The Waves. If you don't know it, go and check it out in the Munch Museum. It shows, or it depicts how the tides roll in. And the other thing that I was also thinking about, in order to make up or come up with an analogy, is surfing. I don't know if you know it, if there are any surfers in the room, but Lofoten is a known hotspot for surfers, which is still on my wish list. So one day I will try and get there. But why am I saying all of this? Because to me, the current regulatory context is a bit like surfing. It's if you think of the waves, which would be symbolized by international policies, IMO frameworks, national regulations and incentives, they roll in incessantly, mostly predictably, but until recently also chaotically. So actually surfing, it is about knowing when to paddle, when to wait, and when to pick up the right speed and go in fully. If you take into account that with alternative fuels also comes lower energy density, and that was already being referred to in previous presentations, we would come as a result to more frequent bunkering, which also leads me to thinking that the entire ecosystem and fuels is going to change. Now it is, when you look into the fossil ecosystem, it's more or less predictable. You know where it is produced, you know who the off-takers are. But for the alternative fuels, things might shift a little bit. One thing that has not been mentioned yet today is geopolitical tensions in terms of what ports are faced with. And it also comes up in discussion groups where I go that talk about this topic of decarbonization and shipping. Imagine if we would have to be self-sufficient in terms of fuel supply. What does that picture look like? Does your country have enough production to provide for itself? So I took that also into account in making this contribution. So what am I basically saying? We as a port, we cannot stop the waves, but we can learn how to ride them as good as we can, because the current context is very, let's say, volatile and unpredictable in some ways. So as a bit of an introduction, that's me actually surfing. It's not something AI derived. Yeah, the decarbonization and shipping is like surfing. It is reading the waves. It's taking the time and considering what is the right path that I should follow, what is the right timing. And as a wave maker at North Seaport, I set up a sustainable transport fuels program where we aim to be fuel or alternative fuel ready and electricity ready, because that's also a big chunk of how we get to decarbonize in ports by 2030. And just recently we started taking steps towards setting up a CO2 emission reduction roadmap for shipping as well. Before I go further, does anybody in the room or maybe online know where we are based, North Seaport, and what 3 ports that are within our authority? Well,
I just remember the name because it resembles a country. So it's a county Zealand. I remember it from New Zealand.
Yeah, you're right, partly. So we are recently, well, quite, I would say, a newborn, a baby in the European port landscape. We are the result of a port merger that took place in 2018. We have 3 ports within our authority. That's one in Belgium, in Flanders. That's the port of Ghent. That merged with the 2 ports in Zealand. So I don't know, the lady who said it, she was absolutely right. It's the ports of Vlissingen and Terneuzen. This makes of us a port area that spans over 60 kilometers. It also asks of us to be alert and dive into regulations, both in the Netherlands and in Belgium, which are different. So that's a nice challenge to tackle. What else? Yeah, we are in link with Europe and European top-tier ports. Just recently, we've installed this new lock in Terneuzen, which is actually our bold, big, new entry gateway to Europe. I guess sometimes size does matter because these locks are amongst one of the biggest in the world. And it enables us to receive bigger ships, have more fluent traffic, and be linked with global trade. So what is our DNA? I often find myself in these type of environments seeing referred to the bigger ports, Port of Rotterdam, Port of Antwerp, Bruges, but we have quite a different DNA at North Sea Port. We are not a petrochemical port. We are not a typical container port either. More than half of what we do consists of handling dry and liquid bulk, which is also an advantage. I will tap into that a bit later on. We also have ro-ro traffic, steel industry, food, automotive. We basically cover all segments. And in the new phase that is coming, I think energy will be a new commodity that we will handle. It will be both a connector and I think also a disruptor. And it will lead to a new market. This slide, I've put it in there because to me it is a nice reflection to how the market looks like today. It's also, it's basically a silent surf break if you want to. You see stakeholders are looking into all different directions, different technologies. They try to catch different waves. That's also a bit of what I've seen up till now in the presentations. Some confidence is put more on this technology by this stakeholder, and another one thinks something else would look more promising. I think we will remain a bit in that context for the coming years. I think what I want to say with this slide is that we should not wait for the waters to be calm, but we should be smart and set up a smart and a wide course in steering towards zero-emission shipping. So the IMO net zero framework, do we find it a big deal or not? I think at the port, we find it a big deal because for shipping and for ports, a global network, a global framework is actually what we need to push things forward. And it's not there right now. Could be. But also, and I'm also a bit wondering why it's not really been discussed up till now, the position of the European Union in the whole of this might also be impacted. Either if it goes through the IMO net zero framework or if it doesn't. If it goes through, I can imagine that European Union will have to reconsider how they come up with funding, since a big chunk of that might go to the net zero framework. Well, so a lot of questions still. What is the result? It's already been touched upon. There's regulatory uncertainty, which might also lead to more fragmented local policy patchwork. And in the long run, I don't know who said it already. I think it was DNV maybe, that the numbers of vessels that are being ordered to run on LNG, they might still pick up further, which will lead us to a longer fossil lock-in. So, yeah, it's the signal that is given to the industry is quite serious, in my opinion. So what do? We don't sit back. We keep going. Luckily, at North Sea Port, we have the right actors to in our port to come up both with transition fuels, because I consider the biofuels as a transition fuel. I think all of you could agree on that. We have the largest integrated biofuel cluster in Europe. They produce 1.3 million tons of biofuels annually. Only a small part of that is being bunkered today, so a bit of a reality check as well. And the reason for that is because a lot of the resources go to SAF production and for road traffic, but as road traffic is electrifying fast, I should say, the actors within our port, they are looking to scale up to advanced biofuels that will be suitable for shipping. So that's one part of I don't know who it was that touched upon the importance of hubs and fuel clusters. Well, that's one part that we have in our port. And then we also have more an industrial cluster that is cross-border, where companies, they exchange fuel sources with each other. One company might have within their production carbon capture, which can be utilized by another company to come up with e-fuels production. We also see some potential in ammonia. Yara, for instance, they have announced or published that they also will play into that market for ammonia for shipping fuel. So how do we steer smart at North Sea Port? Just recently, we've updated our strategic plan. It was published 2 weeks ago, our Impact 2030, where we, as a general goal, we will reduce CO2 emissions with 55% by 2030 and become climate neutral by 2050. That's for the whole of our activities, not just shipping. For shipping itself, we aim to have at least 10% zero-emission fuels that are being deployed in shipping operations by 2030 and have our bio-based fuel infrastructure ready by 2030. So what's already been said before, I think it's smart to move gradually. If you can lower your carbon footprint, even if it is by 30% or 40%, then you're already doing something instead of waiting for a big clarity moment or something. Start working already now and you'll get the advantages coming your way. We consider bio-based fuels, but also ammonia, methanol. Ethanol is something that I think should also receive more attention. I think it could be a big game changer. Actors within our port are also looking into this to set up pilot projects for that. It's already been said also the relevance of having green shipping corridors in order to pick up or to make more stakeholders also adopt fuels. That's a way to go about it. We have our Belgium-Sweden green shipping corridor, where we look into the potential of having 4 vessels that run on ammonia. And then the last pillar, I think, would be onshore power supply, less to do with the topic for today, but equally important. So what is the conclusion for our port? It's not to wait, but already invest in no regret solutions and gradually steer towards the zero emission fuels. And we do that through collaboration, because I was recently at a stakeholder gathering in the Netherlands, where the title of the working session, let's say, was what is the bunkering position of our Dutch seaports? But it was only touched upon for one port, which is the biggest bunker port in Europe, of course. And I was like, this is not right, because when you look into the new ecosystem, a network will form And if we want to have a network that covers our needs fully, then ports should collaborate together, see what one port can cater for and another port cannot, and how they can work together on things. So I indicated that. And I also got confirmation that even the biggest bunker ports, they have difficulties in order to steer towards zero emission, because they have historically built themselves as petrochemical ports, and they lack the niche approach that, for instance, us, but also other smaller or mid-sized ports have. So having niche hub clusters or fuel clusters is actually quite an advantage, I think, in terms of future shipping. So I would say let's try and work together. And that's it.
Thanks, Sophie. Do we have any quick questions? None online. Any questions? And got one here. That's just so the people online can hear as well. Yeah.
On?
Yep.
I was just wondering, really interesting. I've been to the port again. I'm just curious when we talk about port clustering in those industrial hubs. Sometimes it's kind of the chicken and the egg first. I'm wondering, maybe you could shed a little bit of light on the history of that industrial clustering, what that means kind of for shipping, but also kind of the other biofuels, how it kind of came about at the port again.
To my knowledge, they have been there quite a long time. I don't know if it was the being nearby terminals that caused companies to settle down there, or if I don't think it was initially a strategic idea to put them there together. It was not like that. It's just when you're near water and shipping, and we are a multimodal hub, so that is basically the criterion why you would base yourself in a port. But for future handouts of lands of ground, that will be a criterion. What added value can you give in terms of being renewable, being sustainable, symbiosis with other companies? But that was, to my knowledge, not the initial idea.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question about the collaboration. You were talking about, let's say, the Port of Rotterdam, for instance, Antwerp, Bruges. But if you would, do you have connections and also with similar like North Sea ports in other continents where you would be collaborating in a more international scale? Are there, let's say, sister ports or brother ports?
But I'll give you a couple of answers. So in Europe, we work together with other ports, being Port of Rotterdam, Amsterdam, Antwerp, Bruges. They are even involved in our Belgium-Sweden corridor. And what we try to do is come up with a shared standard for bunkering, for auditing, and so on. We do that through the tools that are being provided by the IAPH. So in that way, we already work together and benchmark with each other who does what. Up until a certain level, because you want to stay in your market position. But also on other continents, we work together with the Port of Santos or another green shipping corridor that we are developing. So I don't know if we would call it sister ports, but I think it's going to be more and more crucial for ports to work together on several topics, setting up green shipping corridors, but also the standards. Does that handle your question?
Thank you very much. I do see a hand raised in the online audience, so there might be another question.
We might, if you can note that, we might try and relay it through the lunch break and type an answer back to them. Join me again in thanking Sophie.
Thank you.
I just want to mention regarding the famous painter Edvard Munch, that those who are staying in Oslo tonight, the Munch Museum is open until 9 p.m. and it's free emission between 6 and 9 p.m. as well. So that's just a suggestion if you want to stay the night in Oslo.
Okay, so I move to our last contribution to this session before lunch, and probably save myself a little bit of a secret to keep myself on time. This is a video presentation that we know is 5 minutes long. So I do have a few tricks up my sleeve, but this is a perspective of a shipment user or logistics user from Zespri. So those don't know, are a Kiwi producer, fruit and veg or fruit shipping. So this is talking to their motivation and interest about optimizing supply chains and including in that the management of carbon footprints and carbon emissions resulting from that shipping. Now I'm assuming I can click.
Kia ora. Hello. I'm Blair Kolf, Zespri's Global Supply Chain Development Manager, and I'm based in New Zealand, at the very bottom of the South Pacific Ocean. At Zespri, we're proud to be the world's largest kiwi fruit marketer, managing around a third of globally traded kiwi fruit. Every season, our growers produce high quality, great tasting fruit that we export to over 50 markets worldwide. And almost all of the more than 8 billion kiwi fruit we're selling this season gets from New Zealand on a ship. This season, we've used 60 charter vessels, along with 3,200 40-foot containers loaded above deck, plus another 24,000 40-foot liner containers to ship more than 750,000 tonnes of New Zealand kiwi fruit. Shipping underpins New Zealand's export-driven economy, carrying around 99% of the country's trade by volume and around 80% by value. And it's where we face one of our biggest challenges. Our customers are increasingly demanding that exporters like Zespri have science-aligned carbon targets and credible plans to reduce emissions. For Zespri, shipping accounts for around 43% of our industry's emissions, a much larger share than other New Zealand primary sector exporters due to the low carbon nature of our product. However, to meet our climate goals, we must tackle the emissions from how we move our fruit around the world. We're seeing strong market signals from customers, regulators and governments pushing for lower emissions. But the transition must be affordable and secure. New Zealand's relative global scale and the location at the bottom of the world's largest ocean means that we're particularly vulnerable. We risk being disadvantaged if our exporters can only access older, larger, less efficient ships, while newer vessels go to the high volume routes. And we lag in local production and availability of low emission fuels. That's why cost reduction and supply security are critical. Exporters like Zespri need solutions that are scalable, reliable, and most importantly, economically sustainable. So what are we doing? Zespri is rallying across the value chain, working with ports, fuel and energy companies, shippers and governments to increase demand for decarbonised shipping and establish a low emission shipping corridor. We're also trialling low emissions fuels with our charter partners, with our first charter ship to China this season using a biofuel blend. With biofuel not currently available for maritime use in New Zealand, the vessel bunkered biofuel in Hong Kong before sailing south to Tauranga. On its journey north, the vessel was powered by Yukon. We see the use of maritime biofuels as critical to achieving our mid-term decarbonisation goals, and we're continuing to explore the ongoing use of these. In addition to this, we're also working on improving our vessel efficiency, ensuring our charter vessels are fully utilised and getting the balance right between our charter and liner programs. For the use of low emissions fuels, the government is a key partner here. We're working with government agencies to drum up support for exporters to access low emission shipping, including policy support, infrastructure investment, and importantly, innovation. While there's been a delay in the IMO's decision on the adoption of the net zero framework, we believe it's still important to continue to move forward with our decarbonisation ambitions, with long-term signals clearly indicating the need for decarbonisation of our supply chain. New Zealand's distance from market and our trading economy puts us in a natural position to lead in this space. By working together across government, industry and supply chains, we can help shape a future where low emission shipping is not just possible, but practical. At Zespri, we're committed to doing our part, and we look forward to collaborating with others to make zero emission shipping a reality. Ngā mihi. Thank you.
Good to see the perspective of a shipper and how they're approaching it in what is an industry that is significantly impacted by the emissions of their shipping routes. So that concludes our session before lunch. We do return to the afternoon program with a 2 p.m. start. So I would ask people, enjoy your lunch, do some great networking. If you can be back in the room at 1 to 2, that would be greatly appreciated so we can start right on 2 p.m. when we'll shift to a bit of a bit closer look at an overview of sustainable biofuels and energy carriers for delivering the low carbon intensity performance. So please enjoy your lunch just outside the doors here, and we'll see you back for a 2 p.m. start. We grab our seats and settle in, folks. We've got an hour networking session at the end of the afternoon. We can have lots of chats then. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Welcome to the afternoon session that will take us through until 4 o'clock. We have 6 presenters. So again, I remind my presenters that we've got 15 minutes to present with 3 or 4 minutes of questions for each, and that will get us to coffee at 4 on time if we all follow that time frame. This afternoon, we're shifting more to the fuel focus, looking at an overview of sustainable biofuels and energy carriers for delivering low carbon intensity performance, obviously in the shipping industry. And without holding this up any further, a couple things I'll just flag. I mentioned this morning, I'll just remind, we have, and you might have seen at lunchtime, the video crew setting up, capturing some video content for some videos that will prepare for IEA Bioenergy. If you have any concerns of being captured or used in the video, please let Eric, myself, or Andrea know so that we can manage that on your behalf. Otherwise, you'll see them bouncing around and capturing content for our videos. With that, I'll jump into the program, and I'd like to introduce Tom from Rentec. Tom's a co-founder of Rentec that has a focus on bioenergy, particularly resource recovery, and has a long career of looking at technology innovation and across a number of industries. So with that, I'll pass the microphone. Ooh, I always forget this bit. I'll pass the microphone to Tom to give his presentation.
You can hear me. That's good. Thank you very much. Nice to be here. Nice to be back in Oslo. It's been a while. So I think I have about 15 minutes now to talk a little bit from the Task 39 IEA Bioenergy perspective in terms of biofuels for transport decarbonisation. And I'll just acknowledge our sponsor as well, Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, who is in the audience, so that Owen Rowe feels comfortable. So yeah, really this report was launched, I should say, in February, March, April of this year after an extensive process, and there's quite a few of the authors are actually sitting in the room, but I won't acknowledge them all individually, but I will at the end of my presentation. So just to start a little bit and to say that, you know, we're looking at maritime decarbonisation to 2050. Just to bear in mind that 40% of all shipping today is dedicated to oil, gas and coal transportation, which is probably good to bear in mind. So this report was really looking at the barriers in terms of our sustainable biofuel, maritime fuel uptake. I think the one that's in a little bit of flux at the moment, probably after the last few weeks, is the regulatory piece, which is always a challenge. But I think a lot of the speakers have addressed that. So maybe I'll focus on some of the other areas in terms of what is possible and what we can still do in the intervening period. When we started this exercise, we decided to work with a reference group of key industry experts across the value chain, looking at, we didn't exclude anything, so we weren't inclusive or exclusive. We looked at all the options, and we also looked right across the feedstock spectrum. We looked at various key industry players in the sourcing side, but also on the processing side in terms of looking at some of the industry leaders like Neste. And likewise, we went all the ways to ask the industry leaders who were looking at, from a shipping perspective, in terms of implementation. And that was also, there's a case study in there from Singapore port, which accounts for about 50 million tons of marine fuel from a bunkering perspective on an annual basis, which is about a sixth of the global total. And I suppose one of the things to bear in mind is that there are a large number of different types of feedstocks that are available, whether it's oils or fats, or whether it's different types of waste materials, or whether it's alcohols. And there is a lot which have been industrialized and that are producing large volumes. I think in Singapore port last year, they hit over 1 million tons in terms of biofuel blending, mainly B24, but they haven't excluded anything in terms of they were looking at, are continuing to look at all options, which included ammonium trials, etc. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes' time. I think one of the things that's important is to look at the innovation ladder, and that is from beaker to bucket to barrel to bunker. And that's a useful framework to look at all types of different biofuels, because we start at different levels, and that can be from both a regulatory perspective, but also from a feedstock technology and an implementation perspective. And just to put this in a little bit of context, if we talk about beaker really, which is at the R&D level or the lab scale, there, I mean, you can take a new feedstock that maybe never has been looked at before. We'll take one that came up to us recently was the hyacinth on the Nile in Uganda and Lake Victoria, and they were looking at ethanol production from the hyacinth. That hasn't been looked at before. So there we're at a kind of a beaker level. So what I'm saying there is that there are unexplored different feedstocks, whether they're the hyacinth or whether they're lignose, cellulosic, and those types of feedstocks are still subject to research and development, and that will continue over the next 10 years or so. And then you maybe get to the bucket level, which maybe is looking at, for example, in Denmark, they're looking at catalysis to produce green methanol from biogas. They have a lot of biogas in Denmark, and they also have a big shipping industry. And just to put the context of the investment, typically around the lab scale, we're talking maybe it's €500,000. The bucket, you're definitely investing €5 million. And then you move into the barrel and the bunker area, and then we're into implementation, and we're into permits, and we're into environmental approvals, all sorts of requirements that the lenders and the banks that put on you from a project finance perspective. And there it's very different characteristics and different players that are involved, and there your investment is going from 50 million euros and upwards to get a project to a financial investment decision. typically, what we can say is that you can very often going from the bucket to the barrel area is a difficult transition because the players are very different in terms of implementation. And then you go to the bunker and you're in a scale from a Singapore port perspective. And DNV mentioned that I think the numbers were above 1.6 million tons in terms of implementation of biofuels in the maritime sector for the 2025 numbers. Okay, so it's a useful, and then this brings us on to the area of sustainability, availability and scalability framework for marine biofuels, which is an area that we're going to look at all the value chains in the next 12, 24 months. Looking at using this as a framework to see what is possible and what is scalable, and to scale it sustainably, and then what's available as well, both from a feedstock and a resource supply potential perspective. Of course, maybe I'm skipping some of the slides just in the interest of time, and also because of some of what the earlier speaker said, so that we don't have too much repetition, I suppose. Then this is what the largest ports in the world look like. So there, it's really what stands out is Singapore, obviously, because they account for 1/6 of the total, and Rotterdam, which is about another 10 million tons, even though our Dutch friends are here. It's a little smaller than the Singapore giant, so to speak. But there is a lot of interaction going on between Singapore and Rotterdam in terms of green corridors and implementing different efficiency mechanisms to reduce the actual cost of fuel. And that's likewise going to Los Angeles and also going to between Singapore and China. But what I should say is that Singapore is a useful case study to bear in mind, because they are the ones that have implemented the most from a biofuel availability and diversification level, including doing the ammonium trials, safety trials last year, in terms of actual implementation, and also bringing up all of the issues, and all the documentation around that is publicly available on the web. Just to mention that we will look at biomethane. Biomethane we do see as a renewable gas fuel will have a significant role going forward, both from an availability and scalability perspective. Also, a lot of the technology risks are completely out of that in terms of it's an established technology. It is expanding very rapidly from a European perspective. Bioethanol, we'll also take a look at that from a marine perspective. Obviously, Brazil, if we look at the availability of it, it has a very large volume that's available. So it's not, again, it's not an availability question. It is coming from certain regions or parts of the world. E-fuels was mentioned a little earlier. So there is expansion from a methanol e-fuel perspective, even though the investment cost is substantial. In terms of rolling out that, the first speaker this morning was advocating this, but I think it's probably 2030 and onwards, once you can see the technology cost in terms of a per litre produced can be actually reduced. There are a lot of players that are taking actions in terms of both dual fuel engines. Maersk has made significant investments in methanol vessels and are continuing to do that, and there is expansion of supply that is meeting it. But obviously we saw a lot of announcements in terms of investment decisions for biofuel expansion. Those decisions are announced. We will notice that they will slow down from an investment perspective in the next few years, because the uncertainty is there in terms of the implementation from a regulation perspective. I've got 3 minutes left. But just to also not to ignore the efficiency factor. This is Havia, which is the Norwegian company that is running on gas, but also implementing extensively both batteries and electric from a shipping perspective. And then also that, believe it or not, the wind-assisted propulsion is also making a comeback, even if it's small. But there is some 97 new builds that have hit the waves in the last. So we had a surfing team earlier on. So here we got a wind and surfing team combining. But it does have a 7 to 10% fuel consumption saving, and there are other energy efficiency areas as well in terms of slow steaming, hull cleaning, etc., that can make significant contributions. So I'll just finish now so that I keep on my time. Just key recommendations is to look at the value chain across availability and scalability and sustainability perspective. This is key to being able to see where the volume is going to come from in what timeline, and that we do need to focus our research and innovation and commercialization policy from the area bucket to barrel. And I think there'll be a few speakers a little later this session that will be talking about the innovation perspective. And finally, just to acknowledge the other authors of this report. A good few of them are sitting in the room, and they will be happy to talk to you a little later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have a couple of quick questions? Any online, Eric? So again, we've got a coffee break and then an afternoon session to chat. So I encourage you to grab Tom and his co-authors in the room and have a chat about that Task 39 work. So small thank you.
Thank you very much.
Again, thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce Duncan, Vice President Research at SINTEF, with a special focus on strategic development. So with that, there's your remote and the microphone's yours.
Okay, thanks very much for the opportunity to come and give a presentation here at this meeting. As you said, the topic is related to liquefaction, and the sort of wrapping for this presentation is the Center Biofuels, which is in its final phase of operation. And a lot of the topics I'm going to talk about are sort of spin-off and associated activities related to that. So why liquefaction? This is an area we've been focusing on since, I think, 2015. And if we look at the Norwegian context, you can see that forestry dominates the sustainable resource availability in Norway. This is data from a report that was published earlier this year, which has been looking at the accessible biomass in Norway. And the forestry represents almost 80% of available biomass. So this is sort of the background for a lot of our activities. So if we think of that as a starting point, you can look at the selected routes for producing sustainable transport fuels. This is an overview, and we have lipids, we have lignocellulose-based biomass, and also, as been mentioned before, CO2 as a source. So our focus has been on liquefaction, specifically pyrolysis and hydrothermal liquefaction. So these are two major processes for liquefying the biomass, and you produce a bio-oil of some form or quality. And then the challenge now is to upgrade it, make it as close to a drop-in fuel that can be used generally as a transport fuel. So when we've been looking at this value chain, we've been considering how to, in a way, leverage existing assets. So a lot of our work has been related to seeing how we can use existing refinery processes for converting the bio-oil to a product that can be used for a fuel. So as you can see from the presentation here, we have the liquefaction process. So this could be pyrolysis or hydrothermal liquefaction. And then we have different upgrading strategies that we need in order to bring it up to a level where it's of use as a fuel. One route is a direct upgrading, and then you can then use that as an intermediate which goes into the refinery. The other is you can do a co-processing. So you take the bio-oil and then it's put together with the fossil intermediate in the refinery, and you go through a co-processing phase. It could be that you get a good enough quality product. Alternatively, you might need some post-upgrading. And the goal is to tune the product that you get so that it fits the quality for a marine fuel or for a sustainable aviation fuel quality. So here is an overview of a project we had called 4Refinery. And this was quite a unique project because we looked exhaustively at all the different routes that we could use in integrating a bio-oil that's been produced with existing refinery processes. Some of them co-processing, some using direct routes for the processing of the oil, with the goal of seeing which is the most economic, which gives the best quality of product. And as you can see, there's different steps, and we worked with two types of processes for producing the initial intermediate for upgrading. One is a pyrolysis process, a lot of that based on the work from BTG. And then we have this hydrothermal liquefaction route, which is based on technology was pioneered by Steeper and actually has been demonstrated in Norway by a company called Silver Green Fuel. So this is quite an exhaustive network of processes. And this is just a subset of some of the analysis we did for these alternatives. So you can see looking systematically at different routes. So looking at different starting points, which is the pyrolysis or the hydrothermal liquefaction, and then looking at how can we get this to a product which is fits very nice as a fuel. For example, initial stabilization, more severe hydrogen, and then looking at co-processing in a FCC unit, which is in the refinery, and also hydrotreating. So you can see this extensive study gives us an understanding of the economics of the different routes, and also it allows us to build a model, and this model can then be used by a refinery to consider what is the best way we can make use of a pyrolysis oil or an intermediate. And then this study also included looking at different feedstocks, and these feedstocks were chosen so they were, in a way, represented different parts of feedstocks you would find in Europe. So forestry residues for Northern Europe, eucalyptus for Southern Europe, and then straw as a sort of representation for Central Europe. So this is an overview of this prioritization. And we ended up with 3 business cases, and these were considered to be the most, in a way, promising economically to go forward. The top one is a co-processing with an FCC unit based on a pyrolysis liquefaction route, and therefore then what you do is you co-process that with the FCC and then have a spectral product that will come out of a refinery, and this is an existing process. The other one was the HDL, and then that was looking at trying to do that in the refinery, so building a HDL unit in the refinery and then integrating it in the upgrading steps in the refinery. And then the last one was a standalone upgrading pyrolysis, and then looking at standalone upgrading and integration with the refinery. So these look the most promising. And what we have done is that we've taken 2 of these forward into EU projects which are currently ongoing. So the top one is a project called Revolution, which is in its final phase for next year, and the bottom, which started last year, which is called Fuel Up. And I'll say a little bit about what's going on in these projects. So Fuel Up this shows you how we are addressing, integrating the upgrading of the pyrolysis oil so that integrate with the refinery. And this is an overview of a total concept. So the goal is to optimize the process for producing a good quality product that can interface with the refinery, and then looking at everything to do with optimizing the economy of the whole process in terms of utilizing CO2, the side streams, and so forth. I can see that it involves quite an extensive spectrum of companies that are involved. And looking deeper into this process, the main challenge is to take the pyrolysis oil, which has got a high oxygen content, and then bring it to a level where a refinery is, in a way, confident that they can integrate it into the process. And this is the biggest step that we are focusing in. How can we make a product which a refinery is confident and can make use of in their integrating with into their process? And it involves complex steps in the chemistry. So a pyrolysis oil initially is essentially the first initial steps on processing. It's essentially sugar chemistry. So you need to think about the catalysts that are involved in that. And then you have lignin chemistry, where you do more severe treatment of the upgraded pyrolysis oil to a level where it can be mixed effectively and then integrated into the refinery. So this is a lot of the work that has been done. The alternative is the project Revolution, where we're looking at two parallel routes. One is to take the pyrolysis oil and then take the stabilized oil and integrate it into the refinery, and specifically here on co-FCC. Now, this is quite one of the biggest processes in the refinery, and is to bring it to a level where it can be confidently mixed into the co-processing process. And when you use this, when it's integrated in a refinery, then you have a spectral product that you will produce, which involves the marine cuts and the SAF cuts, so you can optimize the process to maximize the value depending on the product spectra. So along the upgrading step, we're trying to reduce the oxygen content. So we're bringing down the oxygen content, and then increasing the compatibility for use as a drop-in fuel, and also for integrating into the refinery. So this is the idea. Pyrolysis step, doing the stabilization, and then the first step of deoxygenation. And then depending on how far you want to bring the quality up to different levels, you can have additional treatment steps for upgrading. So here's some detail of where we're looking to see what quality of the product is for its availability as a fuel. So you can see after we've done the initial stabilization step to produce a stabilized pyrolysis oil, we can do a further deoxygenation, and then we have a product that can be evaluated to be used for a marine fuel. So this is not a very severe treatment, and we're considering how can we optimize this treatment so the quality is good enough for use in a marine fuel without having to do a severe upgrading step. Or we can go further hydroprocessing, and then we can start considering whether to use as aviation fuel, or we can go all the way to do a fully hydroprocessed oil, where we are looking to optimize this for use as an aviation fuel, and therefore looking at certification of this particular process. So if we look at benchmarking the results for marine fuels, this is some initial results from the project. So you can see that we're looking at a comparison of the products we get from different stages of upgrading of the pyrolysis oil compared to existing standards. The top one, which is a standard for light residual fuel, And then the next one is a standard marine gas oil. And then looking at key properties which are critical for the fuel. So you can see that at least for the more heavily processed oil, we have a product which in principle fulfills all the characteristics for use as a direct drop-in fuel for compared to a marine fuel. And then for a more light treated oil, we can then have something which is just under the old specifications, but can be mixed at 50% of with existing fuel blends. And we can go into more detail on the characteristics, but it's quite clear that after heating, stabilization of hydrotreating, we have a good quality marine. And then for more light treated fuel, then we can use it as a marine blend. Okay. You want to take this off? Yes.
Maybe mute it.
Yeah, okay. So this shows that we can then, through these optimization of the different processes, we can actually tailor-make the product we have according to the type of fuel, marine or aviation, and the quality of the fuel. So just to round off, liquefaction processes produce a drop-in fuel, and these have promising results and can be optimized to produce a marine fuel on marine fuel blends of high quality. And then integration with existing refinery processes provides good options of using existing infrastructure with the potential of going to scale, because we are using an asset which is already operating. So just to round off, this is just an acknowledgement of the different projects that we have used for the data. The first one is biofuels activities, and then the 3 EU projects which I referred to as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Duncan. Any questions in the room? We've got one done online.
Thank you. Steven Jambroes, TAR 39. One question, as I recall it, to arrive at a good business case, it is pretty much dependent on the price of the hydrogen. Yes. My first question is that true? And second, what kind of price level did you calculate to make this a business case?
Well, it's dependent on the price level of hydrogen, and we've looked at different cases, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and so on. So I don't remember the details of that, but I mean, it's we have the results for that. But I mean, those were the best cases from the extensive studies we did. Yeah, so, yeah.
Very short question, David Bauner, Renetec. The energy density of those fuels that you showed, do you have any ballpark figures to give us?
I mean, they're very close to existing fuels, but I don't know what the exact numbers are. But I mean, the idea is that they are fully blendable and very close to that. Yes. Yeah,
so I think the rest they can get over coffee with you at the next break. And yes. I'll thank you again for your presentation.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay. I'd now like to introduce Bernard from BEST, so head of the research area of biochemical technologies at the Austrian Research Competence Center BEST, Bioenergy and Sustainable Technologies. So Bernard, I did. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. Happy to be here. I will be talking a little bit about biogas and biomethane. I was asked by Eric to give a bit the perspective of this. I'm also active in the IEA Bioenergy Task 37, task leader for energy of biogas. To start with, As already was said, I'm from Austria, which is a landlocked country, so we're not very much into maritime fuels. I've looked up some statistics to see what is the current state of LNG, which is actually a fuel which could be replaced by bioenergy. And we can see here that there was a considerable increase of LNG. So you see the dark blue and the blue bars. And also in the order books, there are vessels which have increasingly the use of this. And also if we look on different categories of ships, this was from a presentation from the Biomethane Week at the European Biogas Association. It's also apparent that in different categories, LNG vessels are used and also being purchased. Here I don't want to go into detail because already the speakers have been talking about this, but of course there's also infrastructure around where LNG is in use in different ports. Maybe I start a bit to focus on biogas and biomethane. So I don't know if everybody in the room is aware of this bioenergy carrier. So actually it's a methane which is produced from biomass-based resources. I'm mainly expert in anaerobic digestion of biogas, where you have a biotechnological process which converts this biomass, can be waste, can be manure, food residues, and converts this to biogas, methane and CO2 and other gases. If we purify this biogas, we'll end up with biomethane. So I will be talking generally about biogas and biomethane, but there is a step in between. We take out the CO2, which can be 40%, 45% in biogas, have the energy density much higher. We also have thermal gasification, where we have a thermal process which can convert, for example, wood or similar feedstocks to syngas, and then this can be converted to biomethane. Here, this technology is considered close to the market with some demo plants, but the vast majority of the biogas and biomethane is produced via anaerobic digestion. It was already mentioned in the morning that biomethane can be used as bio-LNG, so it has quite similar properties as this energy carrier. Maybe to give also some input from our task work, if people are interested, we put out a bit of a strategy paper, what in general biogas and biomethane can be in a pathway to net zero. So there we set some statements that it will need more than just renewable electricity in different sectors, and this is a way where biogas can be involved. Biomethane can replace natural gas and can be used for the existing infrastructure. In general, it is considered that biogas and biomethane are mature and systems which are multifunctional, and we can contribute also to the aspect of energy security, since, for example, biogas can be also produced from resources which are locally available. Last but not least, biogas can use a variety of feedstocks, from sludges, from wastewater, from recovered from landfills, from wastes, from manure, so a big opportunity for different applications. So I hope that now we can go a bit more deeper into what does biogas mean for the energy sector, and I here like to report or to refer to the report which was published this year by the International Energy Agency, where I also contribute as a reviewer. Here you can see that on a vast majority on different continents there is a large potential of biogas. So in a lot of regions, South America, India, Asia, we can see that this a big potential of residues, wastes, and biomass in general, which can be used for biogas. If we go a bit to the statistics, here we can see that from about 2000 to 2023, more or less 5 times increase in worldwide production of biogases. And you can see above on the top is this, on the left side, the green, gray, I don't know if it works, it doesn't work. But the gray bars is the biomethane, so a part of the biogas is available as biomethane. I would guess from this figure about roughly, let's say 15–20%, but not all biogas is available currently as biomethane, which is not it's technological issue because you have to have some post processing from biogas to biomethane. From the region side, we can see that in Europe, about half of the biogas is produced. And then we have regions like China or the US, which also have a current potential or current production of biogas. What of course is an issue is that we have different sectors which want to use the biogas or which use the biogas. So it's something we have to keep in mind when we talk about using it as a marine fuel. So for example, in Europe, like in, for example, my country, Austria, we had a green electricity law. A lot of the biogas plants are producing electricity, but that's not for a specific technological reason, but it was for the funding history. In other places, like China and India, we see that, for example, the building sector, biogas is used. If we think a bit also in the future, we're now making plans for the future. So how will it look like? And I found this figure to give an example from selected countries. So what is currently produced 2023 and what are the targets for 2030? Of course, these are more policies and projections. So I will not say that this will be 100% going in this direction, but like Denmark, which is already producing a lot of biogas, has a plan of more than doubling it, or like we can see in Spain has a big potential here. But other also countries like France, Italy, and China. And also from the feedstock side, we can see that you can go to the report and see it in a bit more detail, but just to give you a rough idea. So we can have like residues from cereals or sugar crops. We can have it from other agricultural products. We can have manure, we can have waste, and woody biomass, which is more than referring to the gasification process, which I mentioned, which is the thermal conversion process. So there is seen in the international area and international countries a considerable potential of biogas, but as I said, there will also be a competition in different uses of biogas. I found also one figure about price. Of course, price is something depending on the region, on the country, on whatever. So I'm more used to cost per megawatt hour. So if you more or less multiply it by 4, you will end up by these numbers if you're more familiar. But just to give you an idea in this report, ranging from $10 per gigajoule to up to above $25 per gigajoule. These are considered depending on different sectors, and of course we know that also in the regions, of course, there are different countries, different economic situations, but this is just to give you an example of the data on there. So if we now go and focus a bit on the maritime sector, what can we learn from this? So I tried to put together some data and some figures from reports which are out there. There's also a report which was already mentioned from DNV, where we can see comparison of different types of fuels. So we go from biodiesel to bio-LNG to biomethanol, blue ammonia, and blue hydrogen. And you see coloring, which should give an idea of where are we from the progress on the status. So it's about the ship technologies, the fuel supply, and the infrastructure. So in these publications, we can see that bio-based diesel is considered very high, the progress status of this energy carrier of this fuel. And also bio-LNG is considered to be quite mature and can be applied in shipping industry with the fuel supply, and of course also with the amounts. This is still something where it's not like seen highest numbers, but if we compare it to others like ammonia and blue hydrogen, it's considered to be in a very high progress for application. There's also a report out from the World Biogas Association. So what do they see as the place for biomethane in a maritime fuel? So I just put up the most important summaries. So we have already heard at the beginning, if we use bio-LNG, which is biomethane, then liquefied and used as a shipping fuel, we don't have to worry too much about SOx, NOx, and particle emissions. They have presented some studies where they estimate that in 2030 about 3% of shipping fuels could be powered by bio-LNG, and in 2050 about 13%. And also, I already mentioned the cost issue. So if bio-LNG is compared to other green fuels, it's considered that currently the costs are lower than, for example, e-fuels and ammonia and e-methanol. What could be considered drawbacks when we use biogas or biomethane as a fuel? We have to think about the supply. So there's already an existing production. There are considerable countries where there's high activity, but how well are we able to scale it and also scale it in a sustainable way? Then there was also this mentioning about methane slip. So this is also an issue which is mentioned in the report, but it is also mentioned that there are technology solutions available to deal with this issue. And last but not least, I mentioned the competition of the different uses. So this will have to find a way how shipping fuel can have a share of the biomethane which is produced, and if it's increased and the uses, then what is the situation here? We have a regular newsletter in that task, and there was also, which is set up by Arthur Wellinger, and I also came across this report, which is actually with a focus on the US. It's by Vanguard Renewables, and they say, okay, if we put bio-LNG into LNG, so the dark green is the LNG and the light green is the bio-LNG, we could have in 2050 60% of the share. However, a strong focus is about the carbon intensity and how to valorize. So, for example, if we have biogas from manure, we even reduce emissions, which would happen. So you can even have negative carbon emissions, but this would be a priority to have such scenarios like this. So I would like to come to conclusion from my presentation. So first of all, the vessels are already out there. The LNG vessels are existing, so bio-LNG would be a drop-in solution, as this would not pose too much problems in this case. And also, if we, for example, have other options like e-methane or bio-LNG from gasification, this could also be in the same scenario in the future used as drop-in solution. There's considerable potential or production, sorry. So we have about 1,800 petajoules of biomethane and biogas together, a worldwide production, which is of course currently in use. And scaling this production is a challenge, and we have to have a look on how to sustainably scale this. And one important issue is, of course, the carbon intensity. We have different uses: heating, road transport, electricity. So biomethane is used in various options. So this is an issue. And also from the price here, currently it's considered to be cheaper than other future alternative fuels, which of course may also change in future. But that's a summary from the perspective of biogas and biomethane representative, and I'm happy for answering your questions.
Thank you, Bernard. Do we have any questions?
Not from the audience, not from me.
Microphone.
Hi, Erik van Heuvel, Technical Coordinator, IEA Bioenergy. I was a bit surprised about these two numbers, the one from the WABA, World Biogas Association, that says we can have 13% share of bio-LNG in the total shipping sector, and the number indeed by the Vanguard report saying 60% in 2050 bio-LNG and energy. You could say from the IMO net zero framework, you would expect by 2050 no fossil components anymore in the shipping fuels. Then wouldn't that mean that the 13% maximum share of bio-LNG would also mean that we can have up to, let's say, 13% LNG ships in the total fleet if all of them travel equal distances, so that there is a limit to the amount of LNG-based vessels that we should have in the total fleet by 2050?
So you referred to this figure where we have like the mixture of.
Here you say it's 60% LNG plus bioenergy, but you can question whether LNG would still be an option in the 2050 net zero framework circumstances.
As I'm not like author of this publication, I'm sure with the author being a renewable representative, but if you look at the what is written there, they gave some interesting figures. So they talk about the carbon intensity score, and that this could be like maybe a condition for making this. But as being from a more landlocked country, Austria, maritime fuel is not my main focus, and I just try to give some opinions out there to have some input for discussion.
Thanks. Was there any other? So join me again in thanking Bernard.
Thank you.
So with that, I would like to introduce Roland, Professor Emeritus from Ghent University, Faculty of Bioscience Engineering, Department of Food Technology, Food Safety and Health, and now currently working as a freelance expert.
Yeah.
Microphone is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Today I will speak about applications of some lipids and lipid derivatives which can be used in the maritime sector. Oh, the advance. Yeah, from Ghent University. So I'm from Ghent University. The other co-workers which are on there are from biopower. This is the industry which are working together for more than 20 years. And the objective is this presentation will provide the use of waste animal fats, oils, and ECOs for the use as marine fuels. And emphasis will be concentrated on the special aspects of refining of the raw materials and the use of drop-in large-scale marine diesel engines. Especially what I've seen this afternoon, they are given products, but I've never seen what standards they have, okay, in order to be used in fuels. So that is one of my main content. First of all, I give a little bit of history. I'm an old man, so there are much younger people in the audience than me, and it is good sometimes to know a little bit of the history of 100 years ago. And then I will tell you. All of diesel on the World Exhibition in Paris, 1912 said, the vegetable oils make it certain that motor power can still be produced from heat and the sun, which is always available for agricultural purposes, even when all our natural stores of solid and liquid phases are exhausted. That was correct until 20 years ago, because it didn't do anything about environmental issues of this. Okay? Next thing, and that's something which is rare known in the world, and it is that in the Congo, Belgium was a colony of Belgium. What were they using as transport for trucks and so on? Palm oil injected in the engines. And also the first diesel car from Diesel himself was using a fuel, peanut oil, not diesel oil. What happens that these oils, if you use crude oils in transport vehicles, can create a problem in forming deposits. And the professor of Belgium, Mr. Savin, makes the first biodiesel in 1937 by using ethyl esters of palm oil, acid catalyzed. And now we do in alkaline catalyzed, it did it with acids. And the first bus was using biodiesel, was between Leuven and Brussels in 1938. Why it stops? The Second World War. And we have forgotten all these things which are happening there. And it starts back in the middle of the 90s. So it's 50 years, more than 50 years later, we're thinking again on biodiesel. Okay? That's one of the messages I always give in my lectures if I'm speaking about the fuels of lipids. Okay, this one. First experiment, as I said to you already, was blending vegetable oils with diesel fuels for agricultural purposes. Disadvantage, formation of deposits. And then in the 90s, what people were thinking then, will we adapt the engine to the fuel? Can we use fuels in transported engines? That's possible. But the engines, the automobile companies don't want to do this. They said, yes, you have to adapt the fuel to the existing engines. Biodiesel creation. That's what's happening in the middle of the 90s. Okay? And what in fact, as a chemist, I'm an organic chemist from all my life, what we are doing, you have a triglyceride that contains 3 long chains. That's a high viscosity. But in each step in biodiesel and HVO we are doing, we're breaking each bond so that we have 3 of these long chains. Okay? First, here the methyl ester, the biodiesel. In HVO, we are breaking the bonds between the oxygen and the carbons. So the only we are left the alkyl gate or alkyl chains with the carbon inside. Very simple. And what is the purpose of this? The purpose of this is to lower the density of the product and the viscosity. I give an example. You have a triglyceride, and I'm comparing this with FAME, biodiesel. What is the difference? Not too much. Identical chemical structure and reactivity. Even fat reacts with something, the biodiesel will do the same thing. The same energy content, around 40,000 kilojoule per kilogram. Comparable density and cloud point. Cetane number, FAME is a little bit higher. What is the main difference of this is the viscosity. You see, some 10 times higher viscosity than this. And that was the purpose to create other derivatives of lipids to be used in engines. Pathways for the production of marine biofuels, that's already speaking about, fats and oils. The first step in each biodiesel, HVO, what is it? Refining. Refining, I will show you how much you have to refine it. I'm speaking about concentration of contaminants and ppm concentrations. Not a percentage, it's ppm concentrations. Refining, you have the biofuels. You have refining transesterification, the biodiesel, and the hydrotreatment, the HVO and the SAF. Okay? What you're seeing immediately already, that if we can use biofuels, we don't have to do any other chemical reaction anymore. After refining, we can use it. And I will show you this afternoon that we're able to prove this. Of course, here you have the other ones, the pathways for production for marine fuels, that we have seen already by other speakers, so we'll skip this. What we are doing in Ostend, and the firm now called Biopower, in 2003, together with some people, we have the idea, cannot we be used diesel engines and using the refined oils and fats? Is that possible? And we will do it first on a stationary engine. Okay? And the purpose was that for generation of electricity. Why was this? If we are now paying for waste oils, do you know how much we are paying? $800 to $1,000 per ton. In this period, the waste oils, zero. So they were happy to get rid of it. So there was an opportunity to use this waste product which we have to be used for generation of electricity. Very good. But then came also another question: can we not use the fat we are refining to make biodiesel? And we set up a factory. It was existing already in Saas-van-Gent in the Netherlands, close to Ghent, about 20 kilometers, producing biodiesel. And then came Neste. Neste said, yes, you're able to make from animal fat good biodiesel. We will buy it to produce that the biodiesel. And then came again, we was another owner. We go back again to the generation of electricity. And after the COVID period, the prices of all the raw materials, waste products, can become higher and higher. So that the price, we cannot anymore produce electricity. And with the same system refining we had, we make the starting materials for HVO and SAF. So now we are doing this at the moment. You still ask the question, what has that to do with marine? See? I will show you. Well, first I explain you the refining. Each oil, I repeat it, which has to go to another source, has to be defined. Are we doing this? A pre-filtration, a degumming with phosphoric acid, absorption of contaminants, filtration, and then, as my former colleague has said, we cannot use acid material. We are doing a deodorization or a de-acidification at 270 degrees, and we have the biofuels. What is now unique in our system, not existing anywhere in the world, that I found out a system that the fatty acids which were a byproduct are re-acidified with glycerol and added back to the biofuels which they are producing. So we are losing percentages of our starting material. And I will show you later the exact figure. What is now this oil? I call it a syn oil. We took the free fatty acids, acidified with glycerol from the biodiesel, and we make a mixture of a triglyceride, a diglyceride, and a monoglyceride. We added 25% to the refined oil, and we have our starting material which go to HVO and SAF. Very important is the refining step. We are using MAN engines, I will explain in a few minutes. These are the standardization, the first lane on mine. These are standards that normally also what Sila maybe is using this, if they're using fat and oils and everything. There you see the crude animal fat, and then you see what we were able to refine. I have no time to explain it, otherwise it takes me there's another lecture, of course. We do the same thing for UCOs. UCOs, this UCOs, if I compare it from soybean oil or palm oil, it's a better quality and contaminants than the oil you buy in the supermarket. Because we get out everything, not to spoil the engine. See? Low acidity, low in metals and something like this, that's the best choice. This is the series of products we are using. The majority is animal fats. And now I'll show you in another slide. This is what we are reaching if you want to use it for HVO and SAF. So that means that the factory we have is a dual system. It can produce electricity. It can produce the source for biodiesel or SAF. And now for the marine. Okay, let me skip this a little bit, okay? If you look now, with the comparison with the heavy fuel oil, if we look to this, our system that we are producing is lower in density, is lower in sulfur, is lower in system. The density is nearly the same. But what is the advantage of the oil that we are producing is completely soluble in all systems and all concentrations. And that's what we are using. What we have in one factory, I will show you immediately. In one factory, we have 3 engines. The first engine is a MAN, is an 18 cylinder, the biggest which was existing this period, 18 megawatt. The biggest ship engine, we have 2. There's one in Ghent and in Ostend, one in Moeskroen. And next is a spinning, is a slow engine, 514, and it uses per day 90 tons of oil. We are producing each year 70,000 tons of oil, and that's equivalent of 48,000 households. Okay? We have a smaller one. We have a generation system for making the electricity, and we are using the turbines of the heat to make additional electricity. There's the factory, so the total power production is 74 megawatt. It's equivalent to 20 windmills, 140,000 households. There's one part of the factory, there's the first with the chimney is the refining. Next to there are 2 separate buildings for the engines. And there's the engines we are using, cylinder diameter 50 centimeters, one diameter. This is the big one, this is the small one. These engines are running only of animal fat, Cat 1 in the past. The dirt, the worst material we have. And what we're seeing, that's not expressed already in the shipbuilders. The new ships, especially the cruise ships, what are they using as propulsion? Electricity. The ships are more stable, less noise, more economically, they are saying. And there's a lot of things people are interested to see, can we use your technology with the same engine which are in the ships? There's no any problem. They are used for 20 years. There are no changes. We don't have to change the engine. So the engine is there, mechanically driven. We can put the oil also. See? Oh, I go back. Got in something. Not on this. The price of the oil, this on one of the other slides, I got to say. A crude oil, the cost is between $600 and $1,000 per ton. The price for refining is 15 to 20%. So if I'm taking now this animal fat, or about for 700 euros per ton, UCOs for 800 euros of dollars per ton, adding the 20%, what is the cost of biofuel? 1,200 euros or $1,200. It's below the number I've seen for the people here. They say 1,500 is good. I'm below. Why we should change all these oils and other things and derivatives if we can use the straight oil after refining? What is the advantage of this? I think that's one of the main advantages if we are using this already for so many years, that we are using these oils for the ships. I've seen one example, don't know the people anymore, the speaker, he said from Bergen to Kinnesburg or something like this, was driven once on UCOS oil. So it's not, there's an example that you can do it on a big scale. Okay? We also have a purification system, people which are interested to see what kind of oil exhaust is there, okay? We do it in 3 steps with a selective anox reduction and an oxidizing agent. And here you have the numbers. People can see what we are doing. So we have now one example of stand. We have the refining sector, we have the engine factor, we have the refining of the exhaust yield. In generally, 95% of the raw material which is coming in goes out in this system. Okay? If people want to see it once in Ostend, they are able to contact me. Maybe we have to organize one meeting in there too to see it. But what is now my hope is that I've shown you that it's possible to, with refined oils to do it, but I'm looking forward to other streams, like for the people who have seen the liquid bio oils, by pyrolysis oil and something like this. But these people have to realize one thing. My job in this factory was doing the refining and doing the purification. Don't think that a bio oil, you can use it directly for further transportations. Okay? You need this very important refining step before you can proceed to your system. And then you can use it maybe as a blending system with as a drop-in fuel, a biofuel from the lipids, a biofuel from the pyrolysis. Okay, that is my idea. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Roland. Do we have any questions? One here in the front.
Hello. Hi, Onro Lamas from Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland. Just wondering if there is a regulatory conditions on the use of animal byproducts such as Category 1 in terms of transport and storage.
Yes.
From a biosecurity point of view in an ocean-going international vessel.
That's yeah. The regulations that follow, and that's very important what I'm going to tell you now. You bring in your product as a waste. Okay? If you don't do any chemical transformation, it stays a waste. If you bring in a waste, and do a chemical transformation, it's end of waste. So we're in another position. Okay, we don't have to prove to do this. What we cannot do this with this oil is to bring it, if you burn it, we cannot use this oil on animal fat cat 1, for example, to make a product which goes to the supermarket. But it goes for burning is not a problem. The majority of the countries, there are countries which are against it. I know.
And when you say refining, that chemical process, can you just go into what
refining? We stay with the same chemical formula. We get out only a little bit of free fatty acids. We get out of phosphorus. We get out some metals which are present. But otherwise, we don't change anything. We just purify.
Well, what are the processes to remove those contaminants?
You see?
What are the processes to remove
First of all, we are doing the gumming. That's with phosphoric acid, the gums which are there, also phosphorus compound, a little bit water. Then we do absorption step. Absorption is you put your product through, like for example, I'm using Dicalite, clay materials or silica gel, things like this, okay? And then do the deodorization in order to get rid of the fatty acids. If you want to use it as a ship engine, if it's for HVO, we leave the acids inside because also HVO can be produced from the free fatty acids. We are a dual, so we can easily change from day to day. We make a fuel for electricity. The next day we can make it for HVO. See?
Does every country interpret those animal byproduct regulations the same?
No. Yeah. No, there's a problem, that I know.
That sounds like a discussion that could extend over coffee. Any other questions? None online? So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Really appreciate that. So next I'll introduce Paul. even a bio, so it either means he doesn't need introduction or I know him, so I'll take the interpretation I know him. So Paul's got a long background in renewable fuels, working with BP and more recently with Scion in New Zealand, and now is in the process of spinning off BioWave, which is a production of some of the research he was involved with at Scion. And with that, I'll give you the microphone.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay. As Mark quite rightly said, worked for Scion. I'm still working for Scion, or Scion is part of a bigger group now called the Bioeconomy Science Institute in New Zealand. I spend half of my time in that organization and half of my time in BioWave, which is a new spin-out company. That wasn't meant to happen. Thank you. So, why have we formed this new company? We've been working for 3 to 4 years on marine biofuels, and we've got it to a point, and I'll talk about exactly where we are in a minute, but we've got it to a point where the Institute can't continue to develop it any further. We need to commercialize it, and therefore we've got to take it out of the organization and look at funding it in another way. The technology we've got is a wood to drop in biofuel, marine biofuel technology. It's a single step, and it's, as I said, it's actually going beyond FAME. You know, we've heard a lot about FAME so far, and absolutely FAME is a biofuel that should be used for marine sector, but we're also hearing it's very limited in supply, and people want to start moving beyond that. We're also seeing a lot of the feedstock for FAME heading into SAF production. So it is an issue, and we need to look at biofuels beyond FAME. So what I'm going to talk about is why we're doing this, and we've heard a lot of that, particularly this morning, but I'll put a slight New Zealand perspective onto that. Also talk about where we're up to and what we've achieved so far, and then talk about the journey that we're on to commercialize this technology. Right, let me see if I get the right direction here. Here we go. All those bullet points on the left-hand side, as you're looking at it, have been discussed before. 3% of global CO2 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions coming from shipping. It's actually comparable to aviation. Huge amount of focus on aviation, and only over the last 2 or 3 years, we're starting to see a bit of attention given to the marine sector. We've talked about the net zero aspirations of the sector, and we've talked about the sort of options that are available. But to be perfectly honest, a lot of the options are quite limited, or the number of options are quite limited. The scale of the challenge is huge. And from my perspective, I think we're going to need a lot of technologies to address full decarbonisation of shipping. And just to put it in perspective, and I know people have touched on this a little bit today, the amount of ships out there that are on the seas at the moment that require a conventional fuel is 82%, 98%, sorry. If you go and have a look at the order books, and this DMV data, but if you have a look at the order books, about 73% of ships that are being built at the moment are going to require a conventional fuel. And those ships are going to be on the seas for 30 years. So this is a big market, and it's a market that's got some legs. So, what we're trying to do is produce a cost-competitive drop-in marine biofuel that supports New Zealand's exports position and supports it in a sustainable way. Exporting of produce and products from New Zealand is incredibly important. About 80% of our exports by ship. And those exports are responsible for about 45% of New Zealand's GDP. So exporting products in a low carbon way to maintain market access is really important to us. And we've got comments there from Maersk saying that the need to cut emissions is one of the most important challenges to shipping now. We also had this morning the video clip from Zespri, so I won't dwell on this too much, but absolutely really important to exporters of produce and products. We're talking about 43% of the emissions being associated with shipping. And actually, this chart, Zespri were being a bit unfair. This chart includes consumer emissions. So this is emissions when you go and pick up your kiwi fruit at the supermarket, put them in your fridge, and some of them go off because you don't eat them all in time. So if you take that piece out, it actually goes up to about 62% of the emissions that Zespri can control come from shipping, come from the combustion of marine fuel. Just to look at the size of the challenge, I mentioned it's huge. We're probably going to need a lot of different technologies to address this, but we're talking about 265 million tons of, that's just the very low sulfur fuel oil that's being used today. If you go to the next block, the serviceable available market, that's the scale that is required to meet the 2030 IMO targets. So they're talking about 17 million tons of biofuels being required then. We've been talking to an oil company in the Australia-New Zealand market, and they're saying if we could produce 200,000 tons of a biofuel that was a drop-in, they'd take it tomorrow. It's a big market. IMO, we've talked about IMO. I don't think I need to talk much more about it other than looking at the penalties and the scale of the penalties that were being talked about in the net zero framework. There's the two tiers that DNV were talking about, $100 a ton for every ton of CO2 that's above the target. And then that's the tier one. And if you go up to the tier two, $380 per ton of CO2. It's huge. That's what's going to drive change. So the sooner we can get the framework endorsed, the better. So what we've got is a drop-in biofuel. It enables net zero. It actually enables negative emissions or offset potential. And I'll talk about that in a minute. It's aligned with global compliance targets. So what I mean by that is when we produce our bio and we blend it with heavy marine fuel oil, it meets the ISO 8217 standards, all the properties of that. So it could be used tomorrow if we could make enough of it. And it can be used, and because it meets those standards, it can be used in existing vessels. You can use existing infrastructure without any major changes. No new tankage, no new vessels required. And for us in New Zealand, it's really important because it helps us with our own local supply chains. We don't have an oil refinery anymore. So one of the reasons for going down this route was to produce our own fuel. And by doing it ourselves, it produces, it's good for the local economy, local GDP, jobs, etc. So really positive. So what we've got is the technology is fairly straightforward. It's not particularly rocket science. It's catalytic pyrolysis. Lots of people have talked about pyrolysis before, but this is a single one-step catalytic pyrolysis system. We take the vapor off the pyrolyzer and scrub out the char, and then the vapor goes through a catalyst and produces a biooil. Now, the key to this technology, and you could call it our secret sauce, is the catalyst. It's a very specific catalyst. We've worked a long time trying to tune the properties of that catalyst so it produces a biooil that is fully compatible. As I said, we produce biochar as well, and we produce green electricity. So if you take that and put it in a full supply chain and do the LCA on it, assuming that you're burning the char to produce extra power and electricity, then you get a 92% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Now, if you take the char or a portion of the char and sequester it, we're right into negative emission territory. In fact, we're talking about 35% negative emissions. So what does the bio-oil look like? As I said, you know, we're looking at blending it with a heavy fuel oil. We're looking to blend at 20%. We've spent quite a long time on this journey, and so, you know, we've been talking to oil companies, and the fuel properties I list here is not everything that's required by the ISO standard, but these are the properties that they've said we really need to take special care over. So energy density was important to them, which is why we started heading down the catalytic pyrolysis route, using the catalyst to help mild deoxygenation and push the energy density up. Sulfur is not a problem if you're starting with wood. Wood's very low in sulfur anyway. And then the next thing we spent a long time focusing on was this, the compatibility, sediment potential. The last thing you want with a marine fuel oil is a sediment being formed that's going to drop out on all the fuel lines and block fuel nozzles. And so that was really important, and we spent a lot of time improving the quality of the bio-oils so that we now are at a place where we're well below the ISO standard. We're talking about 0.02%. That then we got to that point about 18 months or so ago, and then we just needed to focus on the acid number and water content, and we've managed to do that over the last year. So we're now at a place where we've got what we think is a truly compatible bio-oil. It can blend at 20%. That's a market entry point. We'd obviously want to go higher than that, but it's a reasonable market entry point. And as I said, you know, it's a drop in fuel, really good greenhouse gas emission reductions. From a risk perspective, it's a low flashpoint material as well, so there's no handling issues. And it's socially responsible, if you like. It's not using food feedstock. It's not using copious quantities of water to produce the feedstock, so it's sustainable. Now, this is the scale of the challenge that we've got ahead of us. I mean, we have been working at lab scale or full lab scale, and we started producing 100 mils a day, and we're now up to half a litre a day. But what we really need to do is make sure that that oil burns efficiently and with low emissions in engines of that sort. I suppose Kai might even notice that engine, but recognize that engine. But, you know, those sort of engines, the biggest engine in the world would burn 250 tons a day. So that's the challenge we've got. And to help us think our way through that and build the commercialization pathway, we've talked to a whole host of different stakeholders. And I've listed some of them there, but, you know, the foresters who are going to have to provide the quantities of waste wood, through to the oil and bunkering companies, ports, Port of Tauranga. You saw pictures of the Port of Tauranga in Zespri's video. Zespri are based just overlooking the port. Shipping owners, shipping operators, and then cargo owners who are really, really driving this forward. They really need the solution. So this is what we've put together. This is our sort of go-to-market strategy, if you will. We're at that scale-up pilot step. We need to produce 15 to 20 litres so we can blend it at 20%, produce enough oil that then can be burnt in a stationary testbed engine, looking at the emissions, looking at the efficiency and the quality of combustion, looking at the corrosivity of the oil. So that's what we're looking to do at the moment, and we're raising funds through venture capitals at the moment, and hopefully we'll be in a position, fingers crossed, by January that we'll have the money and we'll be able to crack on with that. If that's successful, then we'll have to start thinking about onboard trials. And again, the stakeholders we talked to have suggested we need to do maybe 3 25-day trials on board vessels. And we're going to need hundreds of tons of material. And so that would be the next phase that we need to do. So first step is test it in a testbed engine. Next one, go further and do onboard testing. And if that's successful, we're looking at first plant of its kind. And it's probably not going to be Biowave that builds it, but we'll be working with infrastructure companies or potentially strategic partners, just an oil company. And I'm going to just leave this here because, you know, we have talked a lot about CO2 and the importance of reducing CO2 emissions and driving CO2 emissions. That's the essence of the IMO net zero strategy. But there's a whole host of other factors that will drive the deployment of this sort of technology. And some of these factors are, you know, from a New Zealand perspective, are even more important. And so, you know, avoiding the penalties that are associated with the IMO net zero framework. That's $19 million, $19 billion in New Zealand alone, avoiding the penalties that were in the IMO framework. It's offering diverse products to our forest system of plantations, and so that's really important because, you know, pulp and paper industry is on its knees. We're exporting a lot of low-grade logs to China. That's not going to happen before much longer. So we need to find alternative markets for that fiber. Mitigating market access risk, really important. You heard from Zespri, you know, they're going to be stuffed if they can't get their kiwi fruit to the European market because of legislation in Fuel EU doesn't allow it. Manufacturing opportunity, obviously, green electricity, important. Avoids us having to import fuel, because as I said, we don't have any oil refinery. We do produce crude oil, but we don't have our own oil refinery, so we importing produce now. And then jobs and reduced emissions. So all really important. And it's what's driving the interest in New Zealand, hopefully in other parts as well. But I'll just leave you with the fact that we think we've now got a technology that produces a bio-oil that is fully compatible with heavy fuel oils. And we've tested a whole host of different heavy fuel oils. It is compatible. We just need to crack on and scale it up. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Do we have any questions for Paul that we've got? Quick.
Thank you for the presentation. We had a company in Norway called Biozine. It was looking to build a commercial plant. The plug was pulled on it last year. It was based on Shell's IH2 technology.
Yeah.
I wonder how is this similar or different from that technology? So,
if I remember rightly, IH2 was focused more around diesel and jet fuel type produce. Here, we're not putting any hydrogen into the system. It's just wood feedstock. That's all. So, and we're really targeting marine fuels, heavy marine fuels. So, it's quite different.
It's without the hydrogen, so that you're focusing on the heavier.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got one online.
Got a question online from Anton Vellinger. And I think it's related to the value chain engagement. And he said how to encounter for the specific education of the forest personnel. How do you encounter those that deal with the feedstock, the resource?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
Will there be special questions or requests from the forestry sector as it works today to be serving your let's say production of the fuel?
I think it's very much a two-way relationship. I mean, we need their feedstock. But we need a long-term, guaranteed long-term supply of their feedstock. They are also looking for new markets. Because as I said, you know, we've been exporting low-grade logs to China. That's no longer going to happen. And so we need to find new products to convert those logs into. And there's another important point as well, is those feedstock providers, the feedstock providers here are also producing saw logs. Not all those saw logs are processed in New Zealand, so they're exporting quite a lot of material. And despite them exporting carbon in the form of timber, they actually want to do that in a low carbon manner. So they see this as being important to them as well.
Any last questions before we let Paul? I'm sure some people will grab you over coffee, Paul. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another one.
And to conclude this session before we go to coffee, I'd like to introduce Professor Glaucia Mendes with the Institute of Chemistry at the University of Sao Paulo, and also notably the leader of our Biofuels for Decarbonizing Transport Task Force in Task 39. The microphone is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I will be presenting work that we produced for IMO plenary session last April at the eve of the big decision to decarbonize the marine sector. This work has a fact sheet behind that. If you take a picture of this QR code, you see all the rationale, the references, the literature, the explaining the details on how we look at sustainability of biofuels and how can we use the science that is generated within our groups. Several of you are cited in our fact sheet to convey, to participate in this narrative of sustainability of biofuels. So we produced this fact sheet to inform and provide clarification on the potential and sustainability of biofuels. The focus is on biofuels that can be produced sustainably with sufficient capacity to be relevant for decarbonization of the maritime sector. We discussed the Brazilian model of agriculture and its technological developments. We show how bioenergy is generating socio-economic benefits and reducing emissions without the need for extensive land areas. And we discuss the potential for biofuel production in the global south. So we refer to several major reports, in total more than 80 references to reports and open access high impact scientific articles are cited, including IEA Bioenergy, IRENA, the scope report for many years ago, EPE reports, and IEA Bioenergy Task 39 and Intertask reports. Also, at the time, it was very good to have the carbon accounting report from IEA that helped inform the G20, and the IRENA report that helped inform the G7. We also use that as sources. I will go back to when we started really discussing how to expand biofuels production under IEA. Fatih Birol pointing out that bioenergy was the overlooked giant in renewable resources, bioenergy share being more than 50% in the renewables, as much as hydro, wind, and solar combined. We had IPCC that was saying biofuels were important for the decarbonization, for keeping temperatures from rising. We had the IEA report saying we had to multiply by 2.5 times the amount of biofuels produced to keep in the net zero scenario. In shipping and aviation, that meant growing from 1% to 15% in 2030 and to 80% by 2050. We also have this number of 800 million tons of CO2 having to be avoided to keep on the net zero path. That means avoiding 10% of total transportation emissions. And also the scope report that said that bioenergy does much more than that. It can contribute to energy security, food security, and sustainable development. So the G20 moved forward a set of principles last year for just and inclusive energy transitions, with the recommendation underscoring the crucial role of technologically neutral, integrated and inclusive approaches. And on the carbon accounting report, they go and specify that policies should be technology neutral and feedstock agnostic, and that ILUC numbers cannot be used to negate the effectiveness of biofuels to decarbonize transportation. So we spent a lot of time discussing ILUC over the years, and we come to the conclusion that this is not something that should be on the way of biofuels expansion. I'm going to talk mostly about Brazil because it was at that time a talk from the Brazilian delegation at IMO, but many of the overall rationale that we see taking place in Brazil is always taking place in other countries. We have several countries already evaluated that follow also this rationale of integrating food and biofuels production. So Brazil has an energy matrix that is 50% renewable, 16% coming from sugarcane, 16% from other biomasses. Our electricity is 88% renewable. Our transportation is 25% renewable. And we managed to get there because we are substituting gasoline and diesel with biofuels. So we produce 37 billion liters of ethanol, 9 billion liters of biodiesel. This is done in 424 plants. And we are celebrating 50 years of our ethanol program this year. From 1975 to 2024, we were able to displace 1.4 billion tons of CO2 using ethanol and 0.2 using biodiesel, which is a more recent program with 20 years now in effect. This was helped because we introduced a flex fuel vehicle. Our fleet is composed of light-duty vehicles, is composed of 85% of cars that can run on any mixture of ethanol to gasoline. So nowadays, I think we even have this moving on into another generation of vehicles. We have a new fact sheet that I can show as well. I will show you the barcode, the QR code in the end, that shows the hybrid, what we call bioelectric hybrid vehicles. That can it's a mix of batteries and ethanol vehicles. We have legislation now that is we are E30 at this moment, so we don't have gasoline in the country anymore. All gasoline is 30% with ethanol, and we intend to go to B20 by 2030. And in parallel to all that, so think 50 years again since we started our ethanol program. Brazil was an importer of food, and we became an exporter of food. We did that by intensifying pasture use, freeing up land, and introduce what we call a second cropping. So a lot of our ethanol nowadays is done by second cropping of corn. I'll talk a little about that as well. And we by converting pasture land, using degraded land, we reverted the quality of our soils, sequestered soil carbon in the soils, and benefit soil quality. So now we can use that land if we need for food as well. And in parallel, also 50 years ago, we introduced our forest code, okay? So Brazil preserves 66% of its territory with native vegetation. Agriculture uses 8%, pasture land is 21%, urban areas 4%. So I was asked to have a go at what's happening on the food versus fuel issue. So we did a revision of literature, and you have to see that over the last 10 years, there has been so many articles on the food versus fuel dilemma that some authors were able, so this is not our work, this is from a published article, They did a meta-analysis, a statistical analysis of 224 articles that looked at food availability, the three axes of food security: food availability, food prices, and food production. And they look, what is it that these authors are really saying? The first conclusion, and this has, there is no correlation. There is no correlation between the type of bioenergy being edible or non-edible feedstock. Okay, so zero. It cannot be concluded that by producing a biofuel using edible versus non-edible, you are affecting food security. But there are effects, okay? So on food availability, 2/3 of the articles reported positive effects or no effects on food availability. On food prices, 3/4 of the impacts, the negative impacts on food prices are reported on high social development countries. If you look at food production, bioenergy has positive effects in low social development countries, okay? So mostly the global south. Bioenergy on low social development countries has no effect on food prices. And this is interesting. The studies that report negative effects are most commonly based on modeling. If you look at the real observed data, the negative effects decrease, okay? So looking at observed effects, again, in Brazil, what we see is that bioenergy contributes to benefits: agricultural infrastructure, energy access, agricultural modernization, purchasing power. So the biggest reason of food insecurity is poverty, is lack of money to buy goods, okay? It's not biofuels. And soil quality. So on the purchasing power point, so if this has been extensively studied in some countries, I would love to see more studies on social economic impacts of bioenergy. But we see literacy and schooling years improving, wages improving, formalization of work and working conditions improving, the outlook of daughters and sons, the next generation of mill workers also improving, increasing GDP in municipalities and surrounding municipalities, not just for the first year of implementation of a mill, but for the next 10 years. We have engagement of small producers for biodiesel. In Brazil, this is by law. The biodiesel needs to include small producers to be qualified for some schemes, rewards, and we increase job opportunities. You know very well that energy access improves food security, and we see energy access increasing, especially in rural regions that produce bioenergy. So most of the lack of energy happens in rural regions. In Brazil, for instance, 10 million homes are using bioelectricity that comes from the mills. The mills produce more energy than they need, and they export to the grid, and they benefit commerce and industry and also homes. And now I want to talk about the second cropping, because not everyone is familiar with what is happening in Brazil. Over the years, I think bringing in added value of producing energy together with agriculture, you bring extra revenue that led to best management practices, that led to even further decreases in emissions. And we developed second cropping. So the red line is how much of corn is produced only once a year in the same land. And the blue line is the second harvesting. So you are able in the same land, in the same year, to harvest 2 times. And you can do this with other crops, okay? So you can rotate with other crops. But all of this So if you're thinking, how much can we expand this? All of this is using yields that are not at their maximum yet. So Brazil has calculated that we can quickly produce an additional 20 billion liters of ethanol if we have a demand. So create a demand is important from increasing yields with practices that are already there. We need to have a signal that this is something that we should do. These are the maps of 20 years ago, the regions that cultivate sugarcane now, before sugarcane on the left, with sugarcane on the right. Quality of soils, degraded soils are in red. In blue, you see good soils. So in 20 years, when we substituted sugarcane for pasture, okay, you improve soil quality. So now these lands are easily used for other uses if needed, but 98% of sugarcane expanded into degraded pasture or land in use in the last years. And this is something that I find really beautiful. I am a biologist, and nature sometimes provides solutions for things that can really benefit the way we use our land. So when I say we can do rotational cropping, we are doing sugarcane plus peanuts, same land, or corn plus soy, or canola plus corn. You can do a number of rotations. And when you introduce a legume species, legumes such as peanuts and soy can bring nitrogen. They have work in a beneficial association with bacteria that fix nitrogen. So you decrease the amount of nitrogen that you need to use. Then you decrease the amount of emissions because fertilizers are the most impact on global warming in the LCA calculation. So I am going to skip this, but just so you know, the Brazilian food system is feeding 900 million people in the world. That's 11% of world's population. And we do everything in parallel. We evaluated Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Guatemala. They are doing this integrated systems of producing food and feed and fusion power. So we produce sugar, distillers grain, feed, oil, bioethanol, bioelectricity. For soy, we actually produce protein, okay? The leftover is the biodiesel. Also bioelectricity, and only 3% of the total country soybean is being used for biodiesel. I already talked about this, that we are, so this was to speak that we tied our rewarding of emissions reduction under the RenovaBio framework that rewards producers of biofuels that reduce emissions to compliance with our forest code. So if they do not comply with the way that we need to keep our native vegetation in place, they are eligible for the rewards. And we did a mapping of the Global South that had a potential to be producing biofuels. We looked at the policy frameworks and we tried to answer the challenge of avoiding 800 million tons of CO2 that IEA was posting for the net zero scenario. So with Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Guatemala, China, India, Ethiopia, South Africa, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia, using their croppings, the crops that they already grow with the yields by FAO, using the existing technologies already in place, they could be together, less than a dozen countries, almost 300 million tons of CO2 could be avoided, okay? Producing around 100 billion liters of conventional biofuels. Together, they represent half the population of the world. They are growing, they need energy, they will increase emissions if they are not doing something about it. This I liked. This is AI now. AI looked at 11,000 articles that show an association of biomass, biofuels, and bioenergy to sustainable development goals. We know it is going to impact affordable and clean energy, climate action, consumption and production, but looks there, zero hunger as well. Okay, so in summary, there are benefits, there are synergies with food production. We know how to do it. I think we know how to pick a biofuel. So this is the summary to conclude. It helps if the technology is mature, economically competitive, commercially available in the scales needed, and adapted to local conditions. We want to consider best management practices, yields, and that we have consolidated supply chains. Available infrastructure definitely helps. We are in an emergency. We need to decarbonize as soon as possible. Sustainability, we know how to calculate. We have experience and methodologies to do life cycle analysis. With good governance, we can do this. And regards food versus fuel, there's ample evidence that biofuels are not associated to fluctuations on food prices, and that insecurity for food is not correlated with the feedstock being edible or non-edible. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Glacia. Do we have any questions? We have one online. You go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, okay. There is a question from Sam D. What is the difference between the Brazilian sustainability criteria compared to the Brazilian sustainability criteria for crop biomass compared to the EU RED 2 or RED 3 criteria?
So in the EU, several of the crops that are being used comply up to a cap in some instances. You have to undergo a certification procedure to comply. They don't use iLook. We don't use iLook. But I would say that the signal that the EU sends when it says it will phase out, it will not allow food crops is a negative one, because it is giving a signal to the market that they are not good biofuels, and they are sometimes available and willing to produce sustainable biofuels. So that's the biggest difference.
One question here.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on being self-sufficient and how those type of biofuels can tap into that?
Yeah, so this is an interesting question. We've just seen Indonesia signaling that they will want to go to a blend of ethanol, but they do want to be self-sufficient in sugar production. And they think this is a problem, but again, you do both. You can do both at the same time. So I think self-sufficiency depends on how efficient your process is. It is not one or another. It's not food or fuel. You have to integrate and use the best management practices and best efficiencies in the system. But this first generation conventional biofuels is no longer rocket science. You know, it is very well established.
Okay, I might take advantage of no hands up to thank Glacia again. And at 30 seconds over, I welcome you to go enjoy some coffee. We'll come back into the room at 4:15 for a 4:20 start of our final discussion panel. So, welcome back. So, this morning we started with some really good scene setting, with some high-level thoughts and views on where the shipping industry is, where it's going, some of the opportunities and challenges that are there, with some insight from the industry and the ports themselves. And then we followed that up with a bit more look into the biofuels and energy carrier opportunities. So the idea of this panel is we've brought back a number of the speakers from earlier in the day. We've got a bit more of a consolidated view from the presentations, and we just want to have kind of an open chat about a way forward. And I do want to quite actively include everybody in the room. So I'm hoping that you're full of questions and ideas and challenges that you'll throw at us. But to open it, I might just work my way across the panel and give everybody kind of a 2-minute reaction or reflection on what they've heard so far and any new opportunities or challenges emerging from what you've heard. So we might start with Andrew and just work our way across.
Okay, first person to start, big shoes to fill. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of great things presented today. Big importance, I think, on diversity of fuels, infrastructure. I really appreciate that panelists brought a holistic view, the fact that it's not just fuels, but it's what we do at ports. It's what we do in the ecosystems that build the ports. It's the supply chains, it's the certifications, it's regulations. I think as some folks might know, the Delivering Sustainable Fuels report that just came out in advance of COP30, I mean, I think really does effectively highlight the things broadly on sustainable fuels, but also what we need to see in the maritime sector. And so I think there's a lot of policies that can apply across different transport sectors that can also apply in the maritime sector. And I think the biggest thing, especially from a political and policy level, is that we take policy packages. We don't select one or two, but we need supply, we need innovation, we need R&D, we need demand drivers, we need certification so that there's trade, export opportunities. So I think going forward, it is really a comprehensive package we need. And while the different PowerPoints today help to highlight different parts, I would just keep in mind that I think a really big holistic policy package is important moving forward.
It's on, is it? Oh yeah, it's working. No, yes, great. No, thanks very much. I thought what was very interesting was the different pathways that were discussed this afternoon. Firstly, from the pyrolysis oils perspective in terms of the refining and the different steps and the innovation that's happening around that particular area. And also the speaker that spoke about category 1 material to make it a usable product, which is in many parts of Europe is a very high cost on the meat industry. So that was very informative, I think, and beneficial. Could be a very good business case, economic case. And then I appreciated Paul's courage in terms of going with a new venture, with a new technology. So it was interesting that we saw a new technology perspective. We saw perhaps a new feedstock, and then we saw innovation across a value chain. So those were the areas that I thought was quite interesting.
For me, it was mostly confirmation of the observations that we have as a port, but also surprisingly the effort and the power that goes into the bioenergy, and that is still being fought for, which I can only applaud, because we're going to need them. So I think we should remain encouraged to keep talking about it and stressing the importance of it. I think that would be my biggest takeaway, that in the mix of all what is on the table as possible options, or what could be fruitful, that we should not forget that part as well in terms of going into that transition. So happy to have seen that here.
Yes. Yeah, at first, of course, second, a lot of the reflections already made here. I wholeheartedly agree with the many valuable insights that we've been able to see, obviously from the layman's perspective in terms of the finer and granular details in terms of bioenergy, which is obviously not my field. I think it's very rewarding to be able to see the vast array of both feedstock potentials and of different advanced production methodologies and different avenues of both biofuel derivatives and other bioenergy applications that can both directly and indirectly support sort of the wider deep sea maritime transition, which I feel like is a comprehensive perspective which is often overlooked by a lot of important maritime stakeholders who more sort of center the focus in on just the binary between first generation biofuels and second and third generation biofuels, and that's sort of the surface level where they sort of end the discussion. And as we've seen today, there's a significant depth to go into that I think can provide a lot of value and a lot of important strategic assessments that can serve as both bridging solutions, compliance proofing solutions, and also supporting solutions to a multi-fuel strategic approach, which is obviously needed, as we've seen today with multiple insights from multiple great presenters. And I'd like to again just reinforce the perspective that biofuels and bioenergy as a whole is an important component in multiple different fuel demand drivers, not just specifically biofuel applications themselves, which I think, again, is an important perspective to reinforce. And I think there's a lot of good takeaways reinforcing that today. So appreciate the great insights into that.
Okay. Thank you. Well, first, I have to echo my colleagues here. I won't repeat them. Just from a more corporate perspective here, I see the technologies that were discussed here in a way like project management. So we have, as it is for us as a fuel producer, when we have to face the legislation and prepare our assets to it and produce fuels that comply with what is needed. The ships is the same thing. You have to check regulation. You have to prepare your vessel for it, starting with probably energy efficiency, then going more deep to fuels and maybe after treatments of CCS. So facing these layers of a project to comply with new legislation is what we work for, and I think every presentation here touched one of the layers of this idea.
Yes, I came here to learn. As we get a lot of questions regarding biofuels, how are they produced, are there different types of them, and so on. And I got a lot of insights, and I hope to get those presentations so I can read in a little bit more afterwards. But I see that though we have different aspects on looking at the fuels, some are producers, some are users, some are selling and buying, we still go quite similar way towards. And now when I look at my engines, it seems like we are very well prepared for taking those fuels that are coming in the future.
Thanks for that. And now, before I open to the floor, I'll put one more quick reply back to each on the panel. And we come to days like this, and sometimes there are multiple days. So I'm on day 3 of meetings and discussions, and they're very, very technically and informationally dense. And taking it all in is a challenge. But I always find at these, there's always one gem, one surprise, that thing you've been looking for, and all of a sudden pops up in a presentation. Just probably ask the question now of the panel members, did you find a gem, or is there something that surprised you, or some new piece of information that wasn't coming? And out of fairness, I might work my way back down the panel this time to give Andrew a bit of time to think about his and put you on the spot all of a sudden.
Now you got me silent. Yeah, what was new? And yeah, maybe I have look that the way to make FAME, to make HVO, it's quite standardized. And now I see that there are different routes to come to the right solution in the end. Perhaps that was the new thing for me.
Oh, it is close to yours. It was, I come also from the biodiesel producing sector. And for me, understanding the use of the refined oil without the transesterification part, it's very interesting. It was a gem for me.
Yeah, and I think for me, whether we're talking about production optimization or production innovation, I think within those two sort of overarching topics, there were a lot of very valuable insights in for me, because obviously I've, considering the position I'm in terms of both obviously coordinating a project with Brazil bilaterally in terms of coordinating a green corridor where biofuels is an important component, or obviously in the zero-emission shipping mission where we're looking very specifically into second and third generation biofuels. There's a significant body of work to read up on in terms of where the innovation front is being pushed, where the R&D focus is, but it's hard to see and to gauge yourself whether, because a lot of them are sector agnostic when the research is being produced, and so you're not seeing the maritime context. And that's what I think the workshop today has been really able to highlight, is how much of what I have already seen a lot of potential in and what I've discovered is a lot of potential, it has a significant amount of maritime application potential, which is very encouraging to see.
And your economics?
I'll share 3 things, not one. Just now in the break, I texted my boss and I told her I go back home with such a head full of information, too much to recap here. I'm really horrible at recapping impromptu. You might have noticed. Secondly, so yeah, it was very useful for me to be here, got a lot of knowledge, got a lot of things confirmed, things that I considered, should I stress this more at our port? Yes, I have to. So that's good. A practical one was, I can't remember anymore who did it or who showed it, but it was the Green Shipping Corridor matchmaking platform, which is useful for us in terms of prospection and getting validation on what we might already intuitively know. And then a third one is everything that has to do with the ethanol, bioethanol. I mean some other ports that are also active in IAPH. We considered to put this on the list of considerable fuels, and this is just a confirmation that we have to push forward with that ID. I think that's it.
Yeah, well, I think the history lesson back to the 1930s was a very useful context, and the gem for me was the category 1 and 2 marine fuel. That was new for me.
I'm going to do 3, but very quickly, Mark. Don't sweat. The first was, I think it's clear the importance of demand drivers. There's a lot of good talk on technicalities and different fuel applications, but I think it's really important. Demand drivers, especially for nascent markets, really helps shore things up. The second was Glaucia's point on, we talked a lot about technicalities, but I think the benefits of bioenergy writ large, jobs, investments, sustainability is extremely important. And I think sometimes we get a little lost on the emission intensity of something or different fuel applications when there are these broader socioeconomic benefits. And in some ways, that's the beautiful thing of renewable energy, right? And the third thing was finding out we have an avid surfer amongst our panelists.
Thanks, Andrew. Who wants to jump in from the floor? Do we have anything online, Eric? I was going to say, surely we can't have silence on the floor already, so I'll pass you the microphone.
Hi, Peter Coleman from the UK. That was fascinating to hear your insights. I wondered what your views were on building a roadmap of how to move forward? What are the steps that need to be taken by various actors to accelerate this process?
So now that we see it's possible, how do we get the fuel into the shipping industry? How do we take the trees and make the fuel that Paul and others were talking about and put it into the ships, I think is step one, or how do we?
Yeah, I can start from our perspective is to have demonstrators, to have real users out that can show that this is good, and here you can improve things, and here you can build it up. When we started with LNG, many said that you cannot bunker and it's dangerous to be on board, and there were many things, and now 20 years later we see that it's nobody asked anything, but it has gradually grown, and the same now with all these biofuels, biogases. If we just start, like said in Finland, we started now with the LBG as fuel all the time in one vessel, to show that it's good, and then to improve the things that are not that good.
Any other advice on the panel? Anybody brave enough to?
Well, I think the concept around the integrated food, fuel, and feed production systems, there's significant volume, I think another 60 billion litres that was shown. I think at least we should consider that, because it's you're not using new technologies, and it's easily implementable. And also there is a big socio-economic issue in the global south in terms of creating millions of jobs, which is also a factor that has to be considered. And we know that these value chains have very high economic impact. So the global north probably needs to at least listen in terms of that debate. That's what I would say.
Yeah, and I'm fortunate enough to work in this both from a bioenergy perspective as well as a wood products perspective in Australia, where I'm based. And increasingly across those land management strategies, we're moving away from the carbon or food or timber fiber, food or fiber. It's and I think Klaus here really highlighted that quite well, and how we develop the effective management strategies and holistic approaches to getting the best value out of the land management we do in sustainable ways that gives us the ands that we're looking for across biodiversity, carbon, food, fiber, and the list goes on.
And a small comment from me, just in terms of that question as well, if I may. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think in terms of road mapping this, sort of, it's kind of a bipartite sort of pathway scenario here, because obviously, as we've seen today, especially from the earlier sessions, in terms of the prominent industry stakeholders at the moment, they are highlighting more conventional biofuels such as FAME or HVO already as arguably the most important compliance proofing mechanism in the short term. And so we are seeing that the industry themselves are taking unilateral steps without a lot of public-private coordination in order to both seek and discover the long-term operational feasibilities, and also do their own LCAs and so forth, which I think can have a lot of value for a wider adoption of more advanced biofuel options in the long term. And that's why I think it should be highlighted and given a lot of salience in the wider sort of transition perspective than I guess it currently is. Of course, I'd also like to second, again, talking about ethanol as an important component here. It's not been seen in the maritime context up until very recently, but now it's been more and more set on the agenda. And if we're looking into, for example, the zero-emission shipping agenda, which is to get to a point where we do have a wider adoption of dual fuel compatible ships running the most important intercontinental lanes, the CapEx gaps there are very difficult to accomplish. It's a cart before the horse scenario. You don't have, for example, e-fuels currently deployed and commercially available. How do you then incentivize the fleet renewals? Are there alternate fuels that can fill a bridging solution in order to fast track the adoption of new ships in the sector? Ethanol could be a very important player there. And so I think it's important to, when we're talking about biofuels as an overarching concept, I think it's important for the industry to be aware of the multitudes of different pathways within the umbrella term, which is biofuels, and again, to incentivize sort of the operational readiness for more advanced biofuel options as well. And as Wärtsilä has shown us today, there is a lot of synergizing components between being prepared for ethanol adoption and also then creating readiness for other fuels, such as, for example, e-methanol adoption and so forth. So I think those perspectives are important, but we're seeing interesting steps being taken already to start that process.
Can I also add into that question from a board's perspective? I think the question is, how do you roadmap this? And for us, you roadmap it because you communicate about it. Everyone here has his own roadmap. So do ports, so do fuel producers, suppliers, shipping companies. And just by road mapping it into your own roadmap and communicating about it, I think you create awareness about the fact that what you are considering to do. And this goes for all different levels that are there. For us, it is talking with your local government, but also with member states about this, talking with the actors within your port, shipping companies, and validating it, like, is this what you consider? What do you have in mind? How does your project pipeline look like? And then, as you said, start demonstrating it and communicating even more about it, raise awareness with your surrounding community that what you are doing is not just something that just popped up in your head, but you researched it, you validated it by risk analysis through DNV and such, and you show that you build a standard and you do this together with all the stakeholders in the whole value chain. That's what I think also would add to building that roadmap.
Perfect. Thank you. Andrew, I think you...
Yeah, maybe just really quickly. I think we've talked about really good points on demand stability, clear signals, sustainability criteria itself, innovation R&D, but I think maybe a missing pillar we might have missed as well for a roadmap is financing. I think we've had a lot of great discussion on the technicalities and the importance of the IMO framework being a demand puller, but I think when we talk about financing, and if you recall, the slide, I think it's slide 3 or 4 that I provided, was the chemical infrastructure. And we see that those in the Northern Hemisphere are a lot more ready to take on those new and emerging fuels. When we look to the Southern Hemisphere, they're not quite ready. But, and this is a key challenge, especially when we talk about the global south, is how do you get financing there? How do you de-risk it? How do you ensure investors are going to get their money back? And if we're going to talk about green corridors and making sure there's global demand, you have to include the global south. That requires, I think, important financing mechanisms like low interest loans, multilateral development banks, making sure that loans are coming from multiple places instead of one institution. I think that's another key component, especially when we talk about global south and in the broader green shipping corridor.
Another pillar. Right. Just a quick comment. Another pillar that is important, not only for individuals, individual players, but for the whole sector, is the harmonization of the definitions of sustainability and carbon accounting. This should be communicated between all of us with the same definitions, with the same understandings, and we have to progress with this. Otherwise, Glaucia will be here speaking one thing, other colleague will be here saying another thing about sustainability, and we have to be at the same page with those definitions.
Yeah, and I would probably echo that as an experience I'd like to share from the clean energy ministerial meetings earlier this year that I was able to attend. every single meeting across 3 full days of meetings touched on the issue about inconsistency across carbon standards, policies, and standards and policies, and to a certain extent legislation. 25 odd countries represented in the meetings, and without even putting any deep thought into it, they're identifying 35 and 40 different standards and policies as they related to just carbon, before we even start talking about sustainability and biodiversity and other challenging issues. And at the start of the week, it was a lot about consistency. And by the end of the week, the realization was it's about interoperability. We're not going to have consistent structures, but common definitions, and being able to, and by all accounts, that's holding a lot, like billions of dollars of investment are sitting on the sideline waiting for certainty. And it lines up quite a bit with what we've experienced in Australia, is that we haven't had policy consistency. With each change of government, we do a 180 on our policy. And as you can imagine, investors don't get too excited when they see that potential in the environment. So we've had a bit of stability for a few years, and we're seeing major projects putting shovels in the ground as we speak. So that's encouraging. But that interoperability and consistency and stability of those things is quite fundamental by all the people that tell me things. So does someone else want to push us down a different path or ask another question?
Thank you. So on the group, I've heard there's a lot of emphasis on using of ethanol and methanol. Okay, in the United States, they have another idea. They will not use too much for marine or for HVO or something like this. What are they doing with methanol? Do a reaction acid medium. They make the metal only alone, and they put it together in a zeolite according to the number of carbon atoms they want. That means this ExxonMobil is doing this. It is was a project in New Zealand in the Middle 80s. Okay, what they doing the same. So they make with the same reaction. For example, they make the C12, C10 for the SAF, and they make the C16, the C18 for the diesel oil. It's with methanol. That's ExxonMobil which is doing this. The second one is ethanol. What is doing Honeywell is doing the following. They dehydrate the ethanol to ethylene. And they put together the molecules of ethylene together, they again like with the methyl group. And in this way, United States, look to the literature, you see, use of ethanol and biofuels, it goes more, except for the cars, okay? It goes in this direction. And in Europe, I don't hear anything about this. I think, well, yeah, it's only the 2 or 3 firms. There's a very big one, Gevo, in South Dakota, is building a factory with about, and which will using 200,000 tons of ethanol to produce HVO directly by this way. So maybe in Europe, we also have to consider ways like this.
Thank you. For the panel, I guess, is the type of fuel or the pathway of great importance, or is it an option that's fit for, like, if it's ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, someone else can help me out with the other versions of biofuels and bio options, but the list is varied and long, and each has their benefits and strengths and challenges that come with them. I guess from largely a market side here and a bit of a policy side represented, is that important, or what's the driver that's going to push a decision? Because it's very, very specific fuel descriptions there in what he's talking about, and very valid information, but getting into some pretty fine details.
Yeah, I think an important point to make here is the fact that there are comparative advantages for different fuels depending on what geographic area you're talking about. And I think in terms of biofuel compounds, that's certainly the case. Obviously, as we've seen today, there are a diverse array of feedstocks you can really optimize in order to actually create certain pathways to producing advanced biofuels, for example. But I mean, if you look at, I mean, to take a more conventional, which is not, I'm not implying this is the only way to measure sort of biofuel production potential, but let's say, for example, you use arable land in terms of parameter. I'm not sure how much you know of the percentage of arable land here in Norway. It's 3% of the land mass. That's not a big scalable prospect for using that as a feedstock solution, for example. However, I think the point you made in terms of obviously alignment on both knowledge and definitions and obviously sort of policy frameworks for how to define and disseminate knowledge from where there are comparative advantages with obviously capacity building and scaling and the diversification of different biofuel potential to the countries that don't have them. I think to the same extent, I think is something that's very valuable. And so, for example, one country might be very good at and have prospects in existing industries focusing on I mean, let's say methanol, for example, and then another country might have very strong prospects in terms of scaling up ethanol production in multitudes of ways, in advanced ways. If, as we've seen today, there are R&D potential to basically create fuel-flexible solutions for the same vessel, two countries or two regions with different comparative production advantages can then both coalesce their different prospects into the same supply chains and same value chains and same logistical chains. And I think that's an important point to make in terms of there's not every place need to have the same solutions. I think that's important.
To echo you, for the perspective of the regulator, it shouldn't have, right? The concern of the regulator should be sustainability, transparency, and carbon accountability, how to do it, the fundamentals of it, and leave the market, leave the regions to develop by itself, connecting and creating the matchmaking of green corridors, as you mentioned, because this will naturally happen, considering that on the back of it, there is a good regulation written on the surveillance of the transparency and sustainability of the process. I think it is this.
Yeah, I also think you are say exactly like you said here in the beginning. That the world is big, and so we need to acknowledge that there are happening different things at the different areas. The other thing is how big is a boat, and where does it go? Sometimes it's a ferry trip, 20 minutes, and sometimes it's 3 weeks out, 4 weeks out for fishing, and even longer. And so there will be different needs for different areas and different vessel types.
And I think I might just add, especially in the current geopolitical climate, that fuel diversification is energy security, right? I think the more that you can diversify your energy sources, I think maybe there's an initial higher cost, but imagine a world where you don't have to rely on X amount of petro states, right? Imagine a world where you can show up in Australia and buy the fuel you need, and you can show up in Brazil and then buy the fuel you need and elsewhere, right? And so I think not only does that just drive economic growth, it increases energy security. And so I think that we shouldn't be overwhelmed by maybe initial innovation costs, because the other societal benefits, economic benefits, I think will outweigh those kind of initial startup costs to the cost of ammonia when we get started versus what you'll see in 2035 and 40, et cetera.
And I guess in my experience as well about that question of investability, you can demonstrate existing expertise and knowledge that translates into what you're trying to do. So if you have an existing timber industry that has supply chains and technology know-how and the genetic material to grow trees in certain environments, all of that lines up to position you so that whereas if you have all of that in place for an agricultural industry or a sugar industry, then that lends your position to be more investable or more confident in the market to service a supply to that kind of endpoint. So that plays quite important in getting investors comfortable to give you the billions of dollars this is going to take. That you have the ability, and I like go all the way back to there was a company in Finland, and I can't remember the name, but pulp and paper, and 10 or 15 years ago made a very active decision to go away from pulp and paper because they saw markets moving to be a biorefiner, and they did it. They went to a conference and quite openly said we had the confidence to make this billion-dollar investment because we knew how to do the supply chain. That meant we knew how to put material into this facility, and we had confidence we could build a market from that. So a lot of it comes from your local know-how, and if we can build flexibility into the user side of the supply chain where a ship can handle 2 or 3 different fuels in an efficient way, then we start to really open up doors. So you had.
I also wanted to reflect on that question because it has so many angles for me, or for us as a port. Speaking from all our different stakeholders, for us surrounding community, of course it is important which fuel it is. They are very aware of what can be risks. They are looking very weary at those dirty, dangerous ports. For us as a port, it's a yes and a no, because we hand out discounts on port use for ships that already run on biofuels, so we encourage it. It's something that we do deliberately to get things going and start transitioning already. Even like we make we diversify in our port use discounts according to steps of sustainability. So that is a way to go about it, and encourage not every, but sustainable options. I think when you look to ports as a group, it also matters which fuel, because not all ports can cater for all fuels. That's also what I tried to say this morning. When you do your risk analysis of what can be bunkered where, you will come to realize that you either don't have enough space to cater for it, or the circumstances are not there to cater for it because of, how do you say it, risks, contours, and things like that. So in the whole of global, let's say global bunkering context, then I think realizing what your place is in that bunkering context, knowing what the DNA of your, in our case, port is, being totally aware of that, and where you can chip in to that whole system. Because as you said, we're gonna have to diversify, and we will need a lot of options to cover all ground.
David?
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge a cognitive challenge. The maritime sector, with regard to fuel, you always looked out at the sea and at the ports, and maybe at some point sources like offshore oil sources where you got your oil from. And now all of a sudden you have to like shift your perspective inland and to like aerial sources of biomass, biofuel supply, but maybe even also electrical fuels, photovoltaic, wind is also all aerial sources which you have now to source your fuel from. So my interest would be now to ask you about this shifting exercise you're doing right now. Is there anything, some learnings you can give us? Like I'm actually coming from a landlocked country, from Austria. I have nothing to do with the sea. So is there anything like a short learning I can take home?
Sorry, Fabian, you mean just in terms of bioenergy kind of writ large? We're talking about here to the
challenge to the aerial.
So I might try and reframe. So as you, the big U, shipping industry and port facilities shift from, and there's some parallels to what we're experiencing in the forest sector in Australia as well, as we've done something for 100 years in a certain way, and you stop, and if you cleaned a sheet and start it from zero, you wouldn't do it that way today. And I guess what you're talking about is that as an industry, you're now going from fossil fuels being I think someone put a slide up earlier today that in the, was the 70s or 80s, it was, someone said, oh, it was your slide, that it was always going to be heavy fuels. And obviously that perspective has changed over time, but now I guess instead of single source being fossil fuels and being available from well points, that we're now talking about coming from corn and sugar and trees and other lignocellulosic biomasses and the multiple pathways that bring us ethanol and methanol and biodiesel and biohydrolate. So pointing out it's a very complex space in the bioenergy world. I guess, is there anything as we could do as a bioenergy facilitator to help frame that information in a way that's more accessible and easier to support your decisions?
I can start answering this because this is something that we live there. I'll take the liberty of speaking about my experience helping the Brazilian delegation. And together with my great colleagues from the Navy, they are from the Navy, from the maritime sector, and I came from the fuel producer sector. Then we had for the last 2 years very good conversations, and this is exactly an explosion of subjects because they don't understand me. I don't understand them too because I don't certify ships. I don't work with this as a maritime authority. I don't know this. But the problem with what you mentioned is that we use the same words for many things: certification, traceability, transparency. They also use it for other topics. We use for very specific things in the fuels production. And from my perspective, all we have to do with education is talk a lot. The Brazilian delegation has the experience of embracing technical people from colleagues from all over the industry, and we both change a lot. But we see this in other delegations that they are maritime mindsets, and it's hard. We usually say that they are tank to wake, and we are well to tank in the emissions because the emissions is well to wake, right? And their mindset is tank to wake, is the emissions of the ship, and we talk about the emissions from the supply chain. And the only thing that we can do to overcome this is to put together this community and discuss a lot with technical. That's why Professor Glosser is with us there, because we needed to explain for the maritime world, and that's the work we've been doing. Education, both sides, because I need to be educated too. So that's it.
That's great points. I think since we're really into historical referencing today, I can sort of add to that, and also to echo your sentiment. I'm not sure if my current cognition is up to speed at the current moment, but just in terms of historical referencing, if you think about the past, going much further back than just the 1930s, but thinking about when sail-based propulsion was really the way to go, most actors in the maritime field only had to concern themselves with the various ports, and obviously they knew that the implications of the cargo that were being delivered at various ports were going further inland, but that was none of their concern, and so it created these sort of parallel perspectives on what the world looked like, whether you were actually on sea or whether you were on land. However, if you look today, considering the fact that there are these multiple different fuel solutions that are operating simultaneously as both being very prospective, very much in focus, and all have very different and exciting opportunities, it implies that for a ship owner, for example, or for a port operator, they need to be much more cognizant of the wider ecosystems around these areas that go way further inland in terms of both how the production can look like, supply chain configurations can look like. And I think it is something that they are being steered towards themselves into being aware of, but I think that's obviously a great opportunity for this kind of community as well to sort of reinforce that narrative for the maritime stakeholders and make sure that that is an unavoidable perspective that they're not getting around, to have that sort of symbiotic ecosystem perspective of both what's at land and what's at sea in a much wider sense than just what's at the coastal regions. So I think I really echo your sentiment, and I think it's an important one.
And a couple of extensions of that is you want to have a high level of confidence that if you transition to a fuel solution, it's going to be there at scale for long term.
Precisely.
And then as the supplier, there's a really strong relationship opportunity in that the shipping industry represents a significant enough energy demand to trigger investment and capital structure and infrastructure, but they also represent an access to the world market that is affordable and effective if you can scale past that local demand. So you're not limited. If you partner with someone like a port in developing a biofuel solution that works in that case, you're not limited to just that source. You've created an opportunity to access the world market. So I think there are some really scalable opportunities if we start thinking 2040, 2050 of where this could go. Andrew, I think you had a point. Okay. Just watching the time. Is there one last question we want to take the panel on?
Yes, thank you. Might be a bit nasty question, but how about then from the end customer, in a way, perspective, that what would be the, in a way, the price for the transport cost? Is it like if we double the price of the fuel, then in a way it double the cost of the transport or something like that? So I would be, as an end customer, I would be quite happy to, in a way, pay instead of €2 for my demo goods from China to Finland, €4. So would it already be there? Just in a way increase the prices and just defossilize.
I guess coming back to the Zespri video that we had, the role of that and the people that you guys service in moving things around the planet, that they are going to be subject to carbon pricing, which they either have to remove the carbon from their supply chain or pay credits or penalties or however we want to frame it. Does that play into what we could potentially afford to pay for shipping, or is that potentially a no-go in terms of how the business operates? Or is that too hard a question for 4 o'clock on a...
I can give you some ideas on that. I think price is ever deciding in the whole of this. Either for the shipping company, if it's not affordable, they will not consider it. And the client as well. And there I should bring some nuance into this, because that's why I also indicated this morning that we are mainly a bulk port. That entails that if you make the comparison with container handling ports, they have the right duration of contracts, which creates engagement to do this and to ask more and raise your prices, which is not the case for bulk at this moment, and for other segments as well. It's very hard to say let's go more sustainable, and the end customer will pay for it. When I saw the presentation of Zespri, I also thought, oh, my kiwi in the morning is going to go up in price again. So I'm not the only one who thinks like that. I think most of us think like that. It's fine, let's be sustainable as long as it's not too expensive. And I think we are probably all in the situation that for us, we can pay for it, but there's a lot of people that cannot pay for it.
Yeah, I think the fault. Yeah, sorry, do you want to go first?
I can say yes, I agree with you. We don't pay extra if we don't have to. Like I said today, I am using HVO and pay €100 extra per year in my car, but that's just because I see a benefit when I can tell it. Otherwise, I would never if I would not see a benefit. So you have to see a benefit in paying more. That's the only way. If we look at those who climate compensate their flights, are you doing that? I'm not, I have to be honest. Even if it's 10 euro on a 1,000 euro trip, you don't pay. It's 10 euro, why should I pay? And this is how we work. So it has to come via some benefits. And perhaps I'm old, so perhaps the younger generation, they start to see benefits for the future by starting to use green values in there when they buy things and so on.
Yeah, and I think that's great points. I think it's an important contextualization to think that, of course, some of the added costs will be shifted onto the consumer. However, it will not be a sole burden on the consumer alone. That's obviously an important emphasis to be placed here, as was very importantly stated. I mean, a lot of shipping segments have super tight margins. They don't have a lot of sort of capital flexibility in order to make adjustments themselves. If the OPEX goes upwards because there is a significant cost gap with alternate sustainable fuels, which there are. I mean, obviously, if you look at the primary focus fuels in sort of our multilateral zero-emission shipping mission initiatives, which are, for example, e-ammonia or e-methanol, I mean, the cost gaps are immense. And that's obviously one of the biggest focus that we're having at the moment, is how to bridge that cost gap. And I think that's, you know, considering the fact that a lot of shipping segments have low margin operations, their price premium thresholds are limited. So just as a cause and effect from that, they will need to obviously diversify the added costs in shifting that to a wider array of the value chain, not just the end consumer, but in terms of both, obviously, whether we're talking about the cargo owners, whether we're talking about the ship owners. There are multiple other sort of stakeholders involved in the overall value chain operation. And so it is unavoidable, but at the same time, there's also a significant element of both the policy side of things, on the regulatory side of things, as we've seen today, which will obviously have as one of the main incentives to obviously try and bridge that cost gap to the largest extent possible. But I think that's, you know, it's not a consumer-only burden, but it's one of the burdens. But as has been illustrated, I believe that there is both altruistic and also egotistical incentives to be a part of bridging some of that cost gap as a consumer.
Great. So I think noting the time, what I might do is offer each panel member a parting thought or a final thought, and then we'll wrap this up and conclude the day. So I'll put you on the spot again, Andrew.
Perfect. I wouldn't have it any other way. Parting thoughts. I think most of what we've discussed today, I come back to well-rounded policy packages, but I'm a policy person. I'm not a technical person. It's supply, it's demand, it's innovation, it's sustainability, it's interoperability, it's certifications and regs. I mean, and I take a step back, and if you look at all fuels and even renewable energy kind of writ large, I mean, those are kind of some of the key pillars you see across everything. So will maritime sector have some unique niches and considerations? Sure, but I think broadly there are 4 or 5 main pillars, and they need to span supply, demand, and across the TRL scale. And we often see that when one is missing, that's where something doesn't come to fruition or something gets bottlenecked. And so we don't kind of look the whole value chain. These things don't get deployed as well as they should.
I just want to come back to the point on communication, because I think it's very important. I think bioenergy does a terrible job in terms of communication. I think it's one of the strongest weaknesses of the industry. It's okay for us as a group here who's in-house, who are all technical experts or have a knowledge of the industry. But if you look at the debate that we had today and the level of complexity that is there, to communicate that to policymakers and an outside audience is an immense challenge. And we have to be very conscious of simplifying the message without losing the substance. And I believe there are ways to do that, but it's a big, big, big challenge for this industry, both in the value chain to the maritime sector, but also generally, I would say. Interestingly, I was on a seminar or a speaker a couple of months ago in a similar format, talking about biofuels for maritime. One of the speakers was from S&P Standard & Poor's, and that lady was just talking about bunkering and nothing else. But the advantage of that was the message was crystal clear. It was a very crystal clear message. And when I was talking, of course, I was talking all the ways back into the value chain. And for a wide public audience, that is quite complex. So I would say needs to be a focus on how you communicate. And we as an industry need to get much better at it.
Thus, starting this workshop would be that in terms of what happened with IMO, that we might have been battered, but not beaten. And that's also the sense of what I feel here in the room. Every stakeholder is taking steps towards making it happen and ensuring that that energy transition really happens in shipping, which is thrilling to see. And I think we should keep up with it. And as you already stressed, try and be better at communicating about it, which is really super important. We keep dummy sessions for governments, for our internal management team, because it is so complex. If you are not busy with this topic, then you are lost, I think. So try and spread the word as dummy-proof as possible, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's good to just continue on with sort of that narrative arch a little bit, and obviously from my side, just to again highlight what a good sort of branding opportunity this can be, and a narrative opportunity this could be to highlight sort of, and to kind of change the narrative a little bit into not just centering the focus on sort of a specific biofuel that some might criticize or some might do not like, and to kind of just have a tunnel vision focus on that, but instead to sort of contextualize this kind of like what the name of this workshop is all about, just bioenergy more holistically, and to really message to the global maritime industry that bioenergy holistically has quite a unique part to play in so many different ways. When we talk about being a catalyzing factor for the maritime transition, as I've mentioned earlier, whether we're talking about just as different biofuel applications themselves, and the multiple different advanced biofuels that have the potential and prospects both in the midterm and the long term, and obviously what's the current focus now for a lot of maritime stakeholders, but also in terms of the fact that you cannot even get to piloting, for example, e-methanol or e-ammonia without using bioenergy as a pilot fuel. You cannot synthesize, for example, e-methanol without, in many cases, using, again, bioenergy as a carbon capture feedstock. So just to really put forth the narrative that bioenergy more holistically is really is just intertwined into so many various solutions that are all needed, and I think that's a very seductive selling point, and I think that's something that should be just brought to the forefront when we're talking about this sort of on a high level. So yeah, I guess that's my final comments. Yeah,
I agree with what you said. I think we have to keep the most agnostic possible in feedstock technology, fuel, and stick to the sustainability and transparency definitions, good definitions, and give and communicate them, educate the sector on it, and the narrative, and prepare the narrative, but always with the backup of a scientific research with academia, because this is what really works in education, in narratives. Bring the academia sorry, to this, and I think here we have it. so we can put the correct light in the fundamental aspects of bioenergy.
Yes, coming from the happiest country in the world. I'm happy today that I have not seen people talking bad about other solutions. In this kind of seminars, I think we should talk about what we can do to make everything better. And I think all the people here have kept to that don't talk bad about other things, put the effort in doing good in what you are doing, and then everybody will be good.
Join me in thanking the panel. So just before I pass to Eric to close, yeah, if you guys want to have a seat, I don't want to keep you here any longer. Before I pass to Eric to do a bit of a closing statement, as the chair of IEA Bioenergy, I'm very encouraged by the outcome and the opportunity and what we've achieved, I think, today, and building some bridges and connections and at least starting the narratives and the communications that have been stressed here on the panel. We do struggle because we do have a relatively complex message to try and simplify and deliver in an effective way. But it is a focus that we do have in our technology collaboration program to try and improve on. Again, before I pass the microphone, I do want to thank our hosts here at the Norway Research and Innova. It's been spectacular facilities over the days and very well supported. Our technical team who've kept us rolling, not only today, but the previous 2 days, a special thank you to them as well. So at this point, I'll let Eric, who again, I should probably thank, is the reason this was such a great program and rolled so smoothly had nothing to do with me. He did all the planning and invited all the people and made it all happen. I just stood here and pushed his plan along for the day. So thank you to Eric as well, but I'll let you conclude the session.
Well, thank you, Mark. Likewise, I would like to thank you, and I would also like to have an applause for how Mark chaired the session and also moderated the session with a kind of easiness. Thank you very much. At the end, I will hand over to Per Arne for some final remarks from your side. How should I conclude this? I mean, I'm reading a book. It's called A Paragon, which is a polygon with an unendless number of sides, and I think that is what we had here today. There are so many stories to tell about this topic, and it has so many different perspectives. We started with setting the scene, and I think what we heard there is we see new policy emerging, new ambitions emerging to actually move away from fossil and to lower our carbon intensity and to mitigate our climate issues. But at the same time, we also see that is halted, paused, rethought about, but nevertheless, the trend is clear, and the players in that are confident that we have to go in that route. We also saw with all the modeling that we see, there was a wide range of colors of options, so to say, blue, green, and within that all kinds of colors. And while in that modeling, I always want to be alarming that, let's say, the future does not contain any facts yet. So we don't know whether it will unroll like that, but we have to prepare ourselves for that. And we saw that there are different colors, and bioenergy and biofuels in all of these modeling perspectives were present, aside of the renewable fuels of non-biological origin like ammonia or the e-methanol or the e-gas. So there's a portfolio richdom, which we don't know exactly how it will contribute, because we have to figure out, because we are going to take, let's say, we say goodbye to a system that we know of, to a system that we still explore how it will look like and what will be the best ways to operate in that. And what I then liked very much about the second session is that all these actors and stakeholders in a way already are preparing and are a bit much are even further than, let's say, that policy dictates them at the moment. So they are preparing in a way that they are ready when it comes, and not, let's say, start acting when it is opposed to them. So I think that was very encouraging for me to notice from all of the different perspectives that, let's say, the stakeholders who presented gave that. And an example was CESPRI that says, well, actually, we're out of business as a country almost if we're not able to do so. So what the heck, IMO, we are going anyway in that direction because it is the essence of our economy and our welfare that we have to take care of. And with that, in the last session, we saw how rich also, if you open that umbrella, how rich actually the work on the bioenergy options is and how diverse and how many pathways there are. So where we think it will be just one option, there is plenty, and it makes it perhaps complex to tell the story. But I think we should cherish really that richdom of the portfolio because we actually don't know yet. And by exploring that, each of these options will innovate and try to, well, let's say, make sure that it competes or synergizes with all the other options to find the best solution. So where we had a fossil system where, let's say, there's one option, one fuel, one way of operation, we will diverge to a range of options for the next years to come, from which we finally then will probably, I don't know even for sure, converge again to those that actually offer the best solution to society in that new climate constrained or climate safe world. And I think we take the message that you external stakeholders and presenters and panelists gave to us. Think on how to communicate, because it's worthwhile to have this option at any table where decisions are taken, so that the decisions that we take are better for our future. Well, with that, I would like to thank you for this, but I have one thing to show, and where is the pointer? Here. Because thank you for being here on this workshop, both you here in the room and an equal amount of people were present online, and they stayed online for very much, and they had all kinds of discussions in the chat box that didn't reach you in a sense, but it was very lively as well, I could say. We at IEA Bioenergy like to do this because we like to communicate and interact. We learn from you as you learn from us. Visit us always at our website, ieabioenergy.com, because we have an enormous range of reports that can be of help to you. And if you like our workshops, I think the next one that we do is in 6 months from now, and it's about this topic on sustainable biomass availability and mobilization, the issue that many people think there will not be enough, but we think, well, there is plenty, but we have to find ways to actually find it and use it sustainably while not disturbing other functions. It is an online workshop. Well, I don't think you can register yet, but you can register soon. The PDFs, I will ask every presenter to approve me to make the PDFs available. I don't think that will be an issue, but I will ask it and then have a confirmation on that, and then we make the PDFs of all presentations available on the website where we had the workshop announced. And with that, I would like to thank you again, and I would like to hand over to Per Arna.
I'll just take a minute as a host, some practical information. But first, a story about former Olympic president Samaranch, if anyone know him. Every 4th year after the Olympics, he said, "This was the best Olympics ever." And since I'm a very humble person, I will say this is one of the best IEA Bioenergy workshop ever. And that's thanks to you, and thanks to all the speakers, and thanks to you participants, both online and physical. It has been a pleasure to have you here. Now, we have some light refreshment outside if you want to just have a chat for a while or speak to each other in a formal way. There are some light refreshments, alcohol-free. So Just stay and have a good time. So thanks for now.